schedule. We are delighted to be given this opportunity to host this seminar, and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome our distinguished chief guest, Professor B.S. Sonde, former Vice Chancellor of Goa University and former Chairman of NBA. The next distinguished to honor us with his presence is a guest of honor, Professor Arvind P. Kutchadkar, Professor Emeritus from IIT Bombay and founder director of DAIICT and PPU Gandhinagar. Next, we look forward for the presence of Professor V.P. Kamath, Registrar of Goa University. It is my honor to welcome Mr. Vivek Kamath, Directorate of Technical Education, Government of Goa. And with equal pleasure, I welcome Mr. Chandrasekhar Sahasrabuddhe, CEO of ACM India and consultant at Persistent Pune. Thank you all for giving us your prize time. I now would like to request our Honorable Head of Department, Professor Venkatesh Kamath, to escort all the dignitaries on the dais. Now I request Professor Venkatesh Kamath to address the audience and share a few words of enlightenment and present objective of the seminar to begin with the proceedings.
Thank you, Rumana, and good morning to all of you here. First of all, let me welcome our chief guest, Professor Sonde, who was a former Vice Chancellor of our university and who has a long history of being here and who has been one of the very popular Vice Chancellors of this university. So welcome you. Yeah. We have Professor Kutchadkar, who has contributed to setting up our department way back in 1987. We welcome you, sir. Sahasrabuddhe has been a key person in helping us in organizing this event, and he has been wearing different hats at different point of time. Currently, he is a CEO of ACM India, which is one of the ACM is one of the largest computer society in the US, and way back in 2010, he along with Anand Deshpande, the director of Persistent, were key persons involved in bringing ACM India to India, basically ACM to India, and they have been organizing various events, academic events in the country. So welcome you, sir. Vivek Kamath, the Director Technical Education, right? I mean, he has been playing a very important role in shaping the technical education in the state of Goa and has been guiding us on various occasions on various policies related to technical education. Thank you, Vivek, for joining us. Last not the least, my own colleague, Registrar Professor V.P. Kamath, who has been encouraging us for organizing not only events of this kind, but also various other events that we do as a part of our extension activity. Thank you, sir, for coming to the inaugural function. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I see all of you have made time for coming for this particular event. Now, on behalf of Goa University as well as ACM India Goa chapter, welcome you for this full day event wherein we are deliberating on the role of NBA, AICTE, UGC and NAAC in regulating technical education, right? I mean, we have been hearing a lot about lot of these regulating bodies, and at different point in time we get to have a different kind of a message which gets passed on, and we really want to know where we stand today when it comes to technical education, particularly in an university. Now let me give you a little bit of background as to why we are holding this seminar at this point in time. Now sometime in February 2013, a group of BE students approached Vice Chancellor and then Governor to start an MTech program in the Department of Computer Science at Goa University. Now, university in its own wisdom looked at the AICTE norms and decided to start this program in academic year 2013-14 with all the other formalities like ordinances, curriculum, all set up before we began the program, all approved by the governor of Goa. Now the program, the first batch of MTech graduates passed out in July 2015, and to tell you very frankly, the students have, there were only 10 students who were admitted, and the students have done reasonably well. I mean, 2 of them have got a fellowship, full fellowship for doing their PhDs, particularly in Europe. One of them has got an admission in IIT Hyderabad. 2 of them have got excellent offers from the industry. But the real bolt from the blue, we were struck when we were told that these MTech graduates are not eligible for a faculty position in an engineering college because the MTech program was not recognized by AICTE, right? When we looked at the norms of AICTE, I mean, it says very clearly that the departments of the university, the state university, need not apply for approval from AICTE. However, they need to satisfy the norms that are specified as per their specifications, right? So now the question that arises is, if the university, I mean, is there a university has made a mistake, or is it that the regulating, is it that the MTech program should have been started not under the Faculty of Natural Science, but maybe under the Faculty of Technology or Faculty of Engineering, right? Now that's the question. I mean, to be or not to be is the question that we need to deliberate today. And I would like all the stakeholders who are present here to keep their minds open and discuss this debate without any egos or without any, I mean, anything holding back, right? Because the purpose of organizing this seminar is to make sure that at the end of the day we have clear recommendations as to what is the next step that we should take, right? Certainly we don't want our students who graduate with an MTech degree to be at the receiving end, right? Not all, but at least few of them would be wanting to join academics and would like to pursue their studies further towards PhD and so on, right? So this is the point of debate that we are meeting here today, and I would look forward to all of your participation in the 4 sessions that we have organized. I mean, you have been given a leaflet, so we have an inaugural session followed by 2 keynote addresses, followed by a group discussion, and then we have a panel discussion at the end of the day, right? And I look forward for all of you to be here for the throughout the day for the deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Flowers. There's no gift received that so eloquently and beautifully communicates a message of thoughtfulness. I would like to invite Ms. Gargi Arvini to present flowers to respected chief guest, Professor B.S. Sonde. Thank you, Gargi. Now I request Ms. Ulfa Khwaja to present flowers to Professor Arvind P. Kudchadkar. Thank you, Ulfa. I request Ms. Sunaina Gavde to present our token of flowers to Professor V.P. Kamath. I request Ruchi Parkar to present our bouquet to Vivek Kamath. I now request Ms. Neha Prabhugaonkar to present the flowers to Mr. Chandrasekhar Sahasrabuddhe. And last but not the least, I request Ms. Ronak Shersad to present the flowers to Mr. VVK. I take this opportunity to welcome this galaxy of intellectuals, distinguished officials, and all other invited guests to the lamp lighting ceremony. I welcome all the intellectuals and dignitaries for the lamp lighting ceremony. Okay.
कुंदा चंद्रावरी हिमगुरी वस्त्राधवी नेसलेली वीणादंड कशी हातात सोबीतशी साळकाधव्या बसलेली ब्रह्मा विष्णू महेश्वरजिका सदा काळात तू स्थिता अशेमये सरस्वती भगवती नष्टाय गे आमचो व्यथा ही देवताजी रावता पिद्दे रूपान सगल्या ठार नमन्तिका 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 करता नमन्तिका 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 करता
Thank you so much, Meenal Kamath, for the lovely invocation song. I now invite Mr. Chandrasekhar Sahasrabuddhe, CEO of ACM India and consultant at Persistent Pune, to give a brief presentation on relevance of the seminar.
So thank you, distinguished guests on the dais, faculty members, my ACM colleagues. Good morning to all of you. As Professor Kamath mentioned that ACM had a lot of focus on the education and academics. In fact, more than 50% of our membership comes from the academics. And one of the activities which ACM does is publish a recommended curriculum computer science curriculum periodically. And we recently had this ACM recommended curriculum 2013 published. And we actually wanted that we should get this curriculum used by many universities within India. And we invited the people who actually designed this curriculum to India, and we had a workshop with them to mention about this curriculum, what are the silent features, and which of these things can be picked up by the universities in India. While we were discussing these things, many people told me the process of actually this curriculum, and it was very complex. You mentioned me about the different bodies or committees through which this curriculum should go before actually. So maybe I thought that by the time this gets accepted here, maybe ACM will come out with a new version of curriculum. So that was basically within the university setup. But when we go to other agencies, the things becomes really interesting there. So as you know, I'm representing ACM as well as Persistent. So we at Persistent actually conduct or used to conduct MS program, BITS Pilani MS program for our employees. Now after this program, when some of the employees tried to enroll for the PhD program, then they were refused admission on eligibility criteria and things like that. And when I discussed this with some authorities in universities, they told me that they cannot be accepted in our PhD program because the BITS Pilani program is not a AICTE recognized or AICTE approved program. After a lot of discussion, in the end, he told me that, by the way, our program is also not approved by AICTE. So I said, you accept students from your program which is not approved by AICTE, but don't accept the students which have completed MS from BITS Pilani, which is not accredited. This is basically a thing which you have to consider that. So I think there are a lot of things which people outside the system definitely don't know about it, but inside the system also many people have a lot of confusions about which approvals are required for starting what, and what are the eligibility criteria and things like that. So, and that is why when Professor Kamath came out with this idea of bringing all these people together and having a discussion about this, I thought that this is an excellent idea, and ACM will definitely support this for organizing such a seminar, because this having a good curriculum doesn't help unless it gets implemented. So ACM has to see that how we actually work with the system and try to see that the things get properly implemented. So I'm very glad that Goa University is able to bring in all these people together, and I'm sure that at the end of the day we'll have some clarity about what is expected to be done in future for getting these accreditations and getting approvals and things like that. So thank you very much for inviting me here, and have a good day of deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your deep knowledge with us. Now I request Professor Arvind Kurchadkar, Professor Emeritus of IIT Bombay and Founder Director of DAIICT and PDPU Gandhinagar, to brief us with his presentation.
Mic. I'm going to move around, so I need a collar mic. I don't like to just stand at one place. So bear with me. I'd already requested for a collar mic, yes? Oh.
Presentation is scheduled next time.
Okay, okay. So you just want to.
Okay. This is just remarks.
Okay.
The theme of the.
I'm good. Delighted to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm as confused as you are with respect to regulation and accreditation. I come from the IIT system where we self-regulate. And to me, the best way to regulate is self-regulate. So all these external regulations, I rebel because academics to me is an experiment. And it's a dynamic process. So there's nothing static about it. So what are you really regulating? So ultimately, it is the student we have to worry about. Now imagine a situation where the university admits, spends 2 years, very valuable time in the career of a young man or a young woman is spent at a university getting, through hard work, get a master's degree, MTech. Now, does it really matter who offers, under which umbrella the degree is offered? Whether it is sciences, faculty of sciences, faculty of management, faculty of technology, faculty of engineering? Does it really matter? Personally, I do not think so. It is the quality of the program which is very, very important. The quality of the program. The benchmarks, if the program meets the benchmark that is accepted around the world, who should decide whether it is recognized or not? By the way, universities do not need recognition from AICTE. Absolutely not. And Supreme Court has said that AICTE, these are all guiding principles. They give broad outlines, guidelines. You don't have to necessarily stick to it. So I am very vociferous in saying that internal regulation is so very important, and every faculty member, I claim, wants excellence as a program, and that the students must not suffer. So whatever decision we take, we must keep the student in front of us and his future career. He's a young student from anywhere from 18 to 24. And he or she has 50, 60, 70 years ahead of him or her to make a significant contribution to the nation, and that is important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We all are looking forward to hear you in our next session. Now I'm glad to invite Mr. Vivek Kamath, Director of DT, Government of Goa, to address the gathering.
Professor Sonde, other intellectual dignitaries on the days, members of faculty from Goa University and its affiliated colleges, students, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for this one-day seminar on role of regulating authorities in technical education. At the outset, I would like to make it very clear that I am not an expert on this topic, but in next 5 to 10 minutes, I would make an attempt to present to you my views with whatever little knowledge, whatever little information I have. I would like to place before you my views on the subject matter. And trust me, it is with malice towards none and with charity for all. Whenever any educational institution, including institutions like Goa University, whenever they offer any educational product, they make tall claims about their credibility, about their utility, about the quality of education that is imparted. This is on one side. On the other side, the students or maybe parents or the employers, the other stakeholders, they may have a set of counterclaims. Now this results in a situation of conflict. A dispute is existing. And under this situation, normally, generally, the view of third party, the assessment by a third party, evaluation by third party, certification by third party is normally considered as a feasible or a viable or an appropriate resolution to the conflict. And I believe that necessitates the role of regulatory authorities, just to have no continued conflict about the claims and counterclaims. Yes, personally also I am with Professor Kadkar. I am also in favor of self-regulation. But the problem I thought with us when we regulate, that we comprises of two letters, W and E. And E normally stands for ego. And whenever any personality from academics makes a decision, thinks about a particular situation in a particular way, or takes some action, or sometimes it includes even reaction to any observation by another member of the society, we associate heavy ego with all this, our thinking, our decision, our action, including our reaction. We from the academics associate very strong ego to that. And when we have W preceding E, W normally stands for weight, the ego is all the more heavier. So therefore, a third party regulation is more advisable. Now when we think of third party regulation, what is that we are looking at? What is that they are regulating? They are not specifying any strict rules of the game. They are specifying something in a very light way. They prescribe something called as norms or standards or guidelines, which are, I believe, very broad based. See, there will be enough leeway or enough flexibility within these norms with which we can maneuver and we can take care of our local deviations, if any. The norms can be with respect to, say, buildings or land. We have no issues there. It can be with respect to the curriculum framework. It can be with respect to eligibility of students for admissions. It can be with respect to infrastructure or learning resources. And it can be with respect to faculty norms. Yes, I do agree. Faculty norms is a slightly critical issue. Now, with respect to faculty norms also, the norms are very broad based. Say, for example, in case of engineering institution, the faculty norms say there should be three cadres: professor, associate professor, assistant professor. And we don't have any issue there. When we go one step further, the educational qualifications are prescribed. Say, for example, in case of professor, the educational qualifications are again very broad based. The professor should have PhD in relevant discipline. Now, what do you mean by relevant discipline for engineering? It should not be PhD from pharmacy. It should not be PhD from architecture. I mean, it should be in relevant discipline. Of course, we have an issue there whether PhD in science or PhD in technology can be considered as relevant for engineering branches. Yes. When we go a little further, it also says, in addition to this PhD in relevant discipline, professor should have BE BTech or ME MTech in appropriate branch of engineering. Now here also I don't know whether we really have non-clarity. So for example, in various colleges affiliated to Goa University, we offer BE in mechanical engineering, BE civil engineering, electrical engineering. We don't have any issue there. We have BE in electronics telecommunication engineering, electronics communication engineering. When it comes to computer, we have BE in computer engineering. Now when we go one step further, go to BE in IT, there is some blending there. Bachelor of Engineering in Information technology. So we have a confusion with respect to science, engineering, and technology. I mean, I would like to present my view on this. It is strictly personal. I thought science is the basic knowledge, engineering is application of science, and technology is application of engineering. Strictly my personal view. Now, when we offer some courses in some institutions of national importance, BITS was referred to. I would go one step further. We have NIT Goa. They are offering 3 programs: BTech in EEE, BTech in ECE, and BTech in CSE. Now, Bachelor of Technology in Electrical and Electronics Engineering, 2 flavors are blended there. Bachelor of Engineering, a Bachelor of Technology in Electronics and Communication Engineering, again 2 flavors. When we have BTech of CSE, when we read it briskly, we don't notice any confusion there. It is, in fact, if we elaborate, it is Bachelor of Technology in Computer Science and Engineering, all 3 flavors. So when we go to any ice cream parlor, we normally ask for 2 flavors, vanilla and chocolate, fine. We may ask for vanilla, strawberry, fine. When you have more than 2 flavors, we get that preparation in big glass. We have so many things put there. What it is called? Gadbad. I don't know what is the actual meaning of that, but it means some gadbad is there. So I cannot clarify on whether there is some gadbad when we have more than 2 flavors combined. Keep it at that. So this is one observation that I would like to make. And when I refer to this gadbad, I take it as there is some confusion. Instead of confusion, better or lighter word would be there is non-clarity. Now again, I am remembered of that proverb or saying. I thought it was only theoretical proposition. You said when you can't convince them, confuse them. So if you can't convince about the clarity or non-clarity, put all 3. Maybe 4th one was there, that also you could put. Bachelor of Technology in Science and Engineering and whatnot. Confuse them. I thought that is also practically tried here. It is with this backdrop, I think today's seminar is very apt. And I must compliment Goa University and particularly Professor Venkatesh Kamath for organizing this seminar here. And we can have a day-long exchange of views and a good debate and ultimately come out with some viable solution. Now, when we say debate, I am reminded of again that debate 1, debate 2 of Arnav Goswami, you remember? I'm sure at least 99% of the audience here must be watching debate 1, debate 2. I am not going to quiz you on debate 1 or debate 2. I am going to ask you some question about what is there in between the 2 debates. Just as we say, in reading in between the lines. What is that you see in between the 2 debates? Do you remember? Of course, I am referring to the commercial break. And there is one almighty university there, which is propagating their product. You know what is the product? Tablet MBA. Now you can stretch your limits of imagination and decide for yourself what that tablet. I thought it is something like tablet. You have it with water. You have an MBA. You can decide for yourself what it can be constituting of. And just a word of caution: days are not too far wherein we will have all these technical degrees dispensed across the counter. It's like going to any pharmacy or any medical store. You ask for MBA tablet. You can ask for vitamin B-Tech capsules. Maybe you can ask for MCA syrup. And just in the next shelf adjacent to that, you will have the same MCA formulation, but in different bottle. The label will be MTech Computer Science and Engineering. I feel whatever we do, we should consider the students' interest or the stakeholders' interest as a primary concern. We should not be doing something which will lead our students or the customers in some situation with ambiguity or some conflicting or what you call confusing situation down the line and be at the receiving end. Whatever we regulate, we should regulate our thinking, we should regulate our decision making, we should regulate our actions, and we should also regulate our reactions. With this very few words, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share with you some of my views, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Professor V.P. Kamath, Registrar of Goa University, to address the gathering.
Honorable Chief Guest Professor B.S. Sonde, Professor Kutsurkar, Mr. Vivek Kamath, Mr. Chandrasekhar Sasrabudhe, my colleague and department head, Professor Venkatesh Kamath, principals from various technical institutions, members of the faculty from the technical institutions as well as from the departments of Goa University, invitees, students, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, I'm extremely delighted to be here today morning, and that too in connection with this particular event, which is not normally based on a theme which we usually do. Today's theme is different, and I recall that in fact when Professor Venkatesh Kamath came to me with this proposal, he had an explosive title. I knew what is going to be the reaction or action. So I suggested to him, you better, at least have a softer version of it. And then this title was actually projected. Now, in fact, I have to really thank him because whatever is possible today, and that too, gathering the right, resource persons to deliberate on this very important topic is very important for the success of an event, because all of us will be spending our time and energy, leave aside the money part of it. But at the end of the day, something must come out of this exercise. So from that point of view, it would have been impossible for us to get better persons on this occasion than Professor Sunde, Professor Kutsurkar, and obviously our own Vivek Kamath, Mr. Sasrabudhe, and especially, to give feedback on this particular issue, all of you have assembled here. Now, the reason why this particular exercise is being done, I think my colleague has already placed his viewpoint. Now, that whatever I am going to indicate, these are my personal opinions, should not be cited, though I am here as registrar of this institution. Now, we are all aware of the reasons why regulatory bodies have been constituted, not only for, say, engineering and technology. There are other regulatory bodies do exist for regulation of, the education which we are imparting. Now, Mr. Vivek Kamath, at the end he mentioned about OTC qualifications, over the counter, which, it's an apprehension which he is having. And he is the Director of Technical Education, who plays a very important role in this state. What does his statement speak about? It means that the regulatory bodies have utterly failed in their duty. And as a director of technical education, he cannot do anything about it. Now, if you look at, I had a cursory, look at the official website of AICTE. I saw under non-approved institutions, 343 as of 2014, 343 non-approved institutions are listed. There could be more, because some of the institutions even doesn't come under that non-approved list. It doesn't mean that you don't have those institutions. In Goa too, we have such institutions. Now separately, in case of architectural education, 114 institutions are listed, non-approved institutions. This is, I am only speaking about AICTE, not about other regulatory institutions like MCI, Dental Council of India. There are several regulatory bodies. So, in spite of having a regulatory body like AICTE, we have such institutions. And I made an attempt to go through some of the names. Some of those institutions are outstanding institutions, have their own credibility. They have established their own credibility in the area of technical education. Doing very well, better than some of the approved institutions in terms of student output, training which they impart, and above all, the placement their product gets. So, what are we talking about? Regulations. If there are so many unapproved regulatory institutions, what are we doing? Why should we talk about an MTech degree, which is MTech program which is started by Goa University? Maybe that there could be some issue with relate to under which faculty, which department, and so on. I fully agree with personally what Professor Kurchurkar has said. Ultimately, it is the market which should regulate. We started this MTech program. When we started, we knew why we are starting it. And first batch came out. And I'm very happy to know that 2 of our students could manage to get scholarship to do their PhD abroad. Few of them are getting good placement. But I think Venkatesh Kamath felt the heat immediately after the first batch. He was a bit nervous. And that could be one of the reasons why, he has put in his lot of efforts to organize this particular event. And I do hope that we'll do justice as far as his apprehension is concerned. Now, but in the name of regulation, nobody should dictate terms to us. Goa University is a very young university, 30 years old. Working in affiliated institutions, worked very hard, to bring this university up, and we enjoy fairly good credibility compared to old universities. Now, Mr. Vivek Kamath also said about ego. We have been facing this problem also from everyone. Could be from Director of Technical Education, maybe from our principals, maybe from my colleagues. And also, conveniently we mix up things along with ego and try to have shortcuts. One very frequent, reaction. If I am wrong, you can correct me. University has to function as per UGC regulations, because UGC is our regulatory authority. And obviously, we frame our ordinances, statutes based on UGC regulations, and very sincerely follow whatever approvals required
from our approving authority. One thing I must tell you that Goa University may be one of the few universities in India meticulously follows all the procedure before starting a program. And to add this, we are also a very good record keepers. If you can ask me, last 30 years documentation in terms of whether it's academic council, executive council, court, senate, planning board, it's all kept in digitized form. I'll be able to provide you each and every approvals. So a simple issue I would like, instance I would like to tell you how, what you call, how conveniently, we try to, what you call, use the so-called regulatory affairs or regulatory issues for our own convenience. Now, all educational institutions which are affiliated to this university, irrespective of whether they are in technology, technical institutions, pharmacy, they have to comply with the university ordinances and statutes. Because ultimately, you may be running, engineering programs, pharmacy programs, management programs. But when it comes to the degrees are awarded by Goa University, not by regulatory authorities. Now, one simple thing which I want to tell you that UGC mandates that there must be minimum 90 clear instructional days in each semester. It means 180 clear instructional days. Clear means only teaching and the other training, lab training. Should not accommodate the time which is spent for tests and other things. And this has to be implemented. Now, I still remember our teachers from technical institutions. The moment, when it comes to 90 days, they said, no, we have come under AICTE. AICTE has not prescribed 90 days. There are instances I have calculated at one time, instead of 90 days, 45 to 50 days of instruction was followed in some of the colleges in Goa. Now, when it comes to complying with minimum teaching days, you quote that we come under AICTE, we are not following your ordinances. When it comes to other benefits, everybody wants benefits. We equate with whatever is, on the higher side. Now, this is one indication, how cleverly we try to use these regulatory affairs and issues and try to, that bypass something which has to be followed. Now, another issue, that you may be aware that you see fantastic advertisements in newspapers. So many institutions, that advertise for technical courses also. And many students every year get cheated. Now, under Goa University Act 1984, it says that all academic institutions which are operating in the state of Goa should come under the privilege of Goa University only. But down there is one paragraph. Notwithstanding this, however, government has the authority to give permission. Now, about 15 years back, when I was in the Department of Chemistry, I was the chairman of the teachers union. I had pointed out, I had written also to Director of Higher Education that look, this provision will be misused and the students will be in trouble. Now, there are agencies or whatever you call them. Cleverly, what they do, they come here, register themselves under Societies Registration Act 1860 as a society, and government gives them registration. They use this registration to run programs here, obviously without any approvals and so on. Now government says that we don't have regulations to control them. University has absolutely no regulations, also no mechanism wherein university can control such institutions. UGC says that you cannot run distance education, impart instruction through distance education mode. UGC also says that an open university cannot come out of its own jurisdiction, that is out of its state. It also says that you cannot open study centers elsewhere. You cannot impart technical education through distance mode. You cannot do PhD. There are several things which are there, which is actually put up by the UGC. Now, why these things are not followed or taken up? Why these things are not implemented? So it means that in spite of having all these regulatory mechanisms, we are unable to implement these regulations when it comes to imparting education. Now, I don't want to take more time. Once again, this is my personal opinion, but at the end of the day, whatever recommendations going to come as far as this particular issue is concerned, we are serious on it because we want to continue with whatever we have in mind. We are also open for change, and whatever change which we are going to implement must serve the purpose as far as our students are concerned. With these few words, once again I thank Professor Venkatesh Kamath and his team for giving me this particular opportunity to express my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wise words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, we rarely get this kind of an opportunity to listen to the words of distinguished personality, Professor B.S. Sonde, former Vice Chancellor of Goa University and also former Chairman of NBA, to please come and share some important words with all of us.
Okay. Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, who was supposed to address us through webcast, just called and said that he has to chair another meeting at Chennai at the same time. So since he can't be at two places at the same time, he said, please excuse me, I'll not be able to participate through web. So we are continuing this program, and we look forward and see whether he can join us sometime during the day whenever he's free. Thank you. Yeah.
Esteemed guests on the dais, distinguished delegates, members of faculty, dear students. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to come back to Goa University after a lapse of more than a decade. And I have always enjoyed coming to Goa, particularly because of the scenic surroundings and the peaceful atmosphere that you have in the campus. And it has been an enjoyable experience. I am glad that Dr. Venkatesh Kamath called me a few weeks back and said I must join at this event, wherein important discussion is going to take place on the regulatory bodies in the Indian higher education system and how some difficulties have been brought about in implementing some of their regulations by the technical education system. My preceding speakers have touched upon many important issues and brought out very real problems. These are indeed real problems, and we need to discuss them and find out ways and means how we can resolve them so that we can avoid such mistakes, such pitfalls, and the like, and move forward, because we are yet a developing country and we are developing our education system to meet international standards. Venkatesh Kamath, in his introductory remarks, brought out the real challenges which he has been facing, which is a true problem. It is a problem not only faced by him, but many other institutions. And the distinguished speakers who followed Venkatesh Kamath have brought out the importance of this from one extreme to another extreme. Why we should have regulation at all? And can we not do away with this regulation? That is one extreme view. On the other extreme view, we must have regulation. But still we are having these difficulties in between, how to go about. So in order to resolve this problem and share some of my thoughts on this subject, I thought I should make a small presentation, and that's why I have titled it as Higher Education Institution Regulation and Accreditation. These are two processes which are so necessary in any higher education institution, whether it is a technical institution, medical institution, law institution, or an institution offering general education. The problems are similar, but in some of these problems get compounded. That's what we would like to see, because our aim of these regulation and accreditation is to take us to improved performance, higher performance excellence. Because unless we have higher performance excellence, we cannot reach the target of becoming internationally competitive. Our country and our political leaders have been telling us that we have to aim very high and we have to compete with anyone, anywhere in the world. And we have to show, we have to demonstrate to them that we are a developed country. We are no longer a developing country. So we have to reach that level. And what are the steps in that direction? So in order to go to that, we have to embark on a path. Which one? Good. So first, the problem started with the diversity of higher education institutions in India. In India, the developments have been very rapid in the last 60, 70 years, particularly since independence. And today, we have a whole range of institutions which have come up, which are offering higher education. We have central and state universities. We have deemed to be universities. We have state private universities. And these have their units. While central and state universities are generally either unitary or affiliating type, the deemed to be universities and state private universities are essentially unitary universities. They don't have any affiliating function. They only do their campus and maybe have another campus or a couple of campuses outside, by permission of the authority. That's how it happens. Then last but not the least, we have another set of institutions of which Professor Sarkar referred to so nicely are the NITs, IITs, NITs, and there is an institution called IISER, Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, IIM. And there are many similar unitary institutions. These are essentially unitary institutions and well endowed and well functioning. So this is the type of diversity, and this diversity has come in the last nearly 70 years of our rapid progress in the country. Now, what is regulation? what is the function of regulation? Why do we do regulation? Regulation is like the policing action. You know, the policeman who stands at the traffic point, you know, where there is a junction. And you can imagine a situation if that policeman is not there. In today's traffic that goes on, that policeman plays a very important role. He is required to direct the traffic. He is required to control the traffic. And he is required to ensure that all things go as per requirement. And if it is not there, if he is not there, and if his function is not there, what would happen? It would end up in chaos. So that is the situation because of the large size of our system. Today, that type of regulatory bodies are not only confined to higher education or education per se. In every sector of our activity, we find. We go to the banks. The banks are regulated. That is the Reserve Bank of India, the bigger body, which says you have to do this, you have to conduct your business like this. You go to stock market, that is the SEBI. SEBI is the controller, is the stock exchange controller, you know, so they control. So this controlling and regulating are necessary things in our system. But whether it should be overdone or whether it should be done up to what level, these are questions and issues which we have to discuss and resolve. The basic aim of these regulatory bodies is to promote and coordinate the academic functions of educational institutions, because we are connected with higher education institutions. And we have to also see whether they adhere to the norms and standards. Why do we require this? The student should know whether that academic institution adheres to certain norms and standards set by either the government or by the accrediting body or by international agencies. If we have to compete with them, we must know. The student should know in advance before choosing an institution whether this is a worthy institution to go to. All the stakeholders required to know. So also the faculty. The faculty before joining an institution, they should know whether it is a worthy institution to go or it's a fake institution. And someone mentioned about the fake entities which are coming up today in our country in large numbers. So there must be someone, third party, who will say that yes, this is a good institution and it follows the norms and standards. And it should give various other features to the higher education institution. And they should also see that whether proper teaching and examination duties are conducted and whether relevant research is done at these institutions. And they should also inquire into their financial needs. Somebody should know whether they are doing the financing properly or whether they are a profiteering institution. Today, with the type of expansion that has taken place, education has not remained essentially a noble profession as it was for a long time. It has become today a commercial entity. And when it becomes a commercial entity, there is a profiteering. And if there is profiteering, the students stand to get into difficulties. And one has to ensure that proper regulation is adhered to. And somebody should review their performance and render them advice and ensure orderly operation and enabling them to scale new heights. They don't remain at the same level. What an institution is today, 10 years hence when we go there, you must find them at a much higher level. We have to encourage them to go to that level, whether such a thing is happening. So this is a very essential thing to be followed. Who are the regulatory bodies? And why did it come about? In the year 1947, when India got its independence from British rule, we had only 18 universities in India and hardly about 700 colleges covering all disciplines in the country. That was the state of our educational infrastructure in 1947. You look at the situation today. Today, in the year 2015, we have more than 750 universities of various diverse types which I mentioned. All the types are covered. The largest number is still the state university, state government university. They are about 350. The private universities, excuse me, the private universities, particularly in the state sector, they are also increasing at a rapid rate, and today there are nearly 250 of them, such a very large number. So we have to have means. So the number of universities have increased. And looking at this type of expansion in those days, Government of India, based on a commission report, there was the Radhakrishnan Commission, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, our President of India from 1960 to 1965, he gave a report, in 1948. It was his commission report based on which UGC was set up, primarily to give help to the universities and regulate them, because the number of universities were growing, and they thought it is better that we have a body which ensures that some standards are maintained all over. And with that in view, the UGC Act was passed in the year 1956. Actually, the UGC was established on 28th of December 1954. And the act was passed next year, 1955. The first chairman of UGC was Dr. Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar, one of our very eminent science academics. So he was the first person. And the act was passed, with him being involved in framing the act. And this act has stood the test of time. And you can imagine now we are about 70 years since that time. And they are the ones who regulate universities, colleges, and similar institutions. Then there is another body which has come. These are called the statutory councils. A number of statutory councils. These are discipline-oriented councils. For engineering and technology, it is the AICTE, All India Council for Technical Education. Similarly, there is a council called Council of Architecture. For architecture institution, it is the Council of Architecture. For medical institutions and health science related institutions, it is the Medical Council of India. There is another one, Pharmacy Council of India, which takes care of pharmacy education. There is another council called the Teacher Education. It's called the National Council for Teacher Education. So like this, a number of councils have come in. These are essentially discipline-oriented councils. They set up the norms and standards relating to their particular discipline. And AICTE was formed as a statutory body in the year 1987. Although AICTE has some history dating back to another 40 years earlier. There was a body in 1940s called the Association of Principals of Technical Institutions. There are half a dozen technical institutions in India in different parts of the country. There is one in Pune, one in Roorkee, one in Chennai, or one in Calcutta. So the principals of these institutions, they had formed an association, and they were sitting together and they were saying that we must have such and such norms and standards so that student who goes to any of these institutions should be able to come out with similar type of knowledge and expectation, so that the field of employment is ensured. So it was a body like that, and it was moving in a nice way. And this became an advisory body called AICTE sometime around 1946. Even before independence, it became a body called AICTE. But that remained as an advisory body until 1987, when Parliament gave it an approval to be a statutory body. And that's from then on, AICTE has become a statutory body. So also are this Council of Architecture, MCI, all these are statutory bodies, and they are responsible for regulating their disciplines. Then, third level of bodies which conduct regulation, we cannot forget the role of the university. University is also a regulatory body because it has its act. And in the act, it is very clearly stated, these are the powers and functions of the university. and the university has to exercise its powers. On whom does it exercise? It exercises powers on its constituent colleges or constituent units like the departments and other entities which are present in the university, its affiliated colleges, and its recognized institutions. University has the practice of recognizing research institutions for permitting research students to be admitted there, and they work with the university. So, like this, it is the universities have a role to play. And then the unitary institutes like the IITs, NITs, IICR, as per their relevant acts, all these have their acts which play a dominant role in ensuring the regulation. Now, what are the powers conferred on the UGC? It's better to learn that these powers have to be very clearly understood so that we know the differences, what can be done, what cannot be done, and where the problem lies so that one can try to tackle that problem. As per the provisions in the UGC Act, one of the important things is recognition of all universities and colleges comes under what is called Section 2F of the UGC Act. Then granting of deemed to be university status. Any institution who makes an application saying that we have elevated ourselves, our experience is so good that we can now be considered for the university status. And they go before the UGC. And there is one section under UGC Act, Section 3, under which an inspection can be conducted. And if they are found suitable, that institution is permitted to be called as a deemed university. Otherwise, in the Indian context, no university can be set up unless it has its act. And its act has to be legislated and passed either at the central level or at the state level. The national parliament has to pass the act if it is a central university. And if it is a state university, the state legislature has to be passed. Professor Kamath, our registrar, mentioned 1984 Goa University Act. At that time, the Goa University Act had to be placed, the bill had to be placed before the assembly in Goa, and they had to give assent. And after it is assented, then it is an act. Act means it is a law. And that law enables the university to grant degrees. Because when the degrees are granted by the university, it is accepted by everyone. No other institution who does not have that act or who does not have the law in their favor can give any degrees. And such degrees are fake degrees. And UGC has recognized that. And very often they keep announcing, it has come to our notice that such and such institutions are issuing degrees. These are fake degrees. And students are going there at their own risk. They make it public announcement in newspapers, website, everywhere. Now, next one is what do the universities, UGC does? They regulate fees to be paid by students. Today it has become very important because there are private sector institutions and one has to ensure that they do not make any profit. In order to control the profession to be education profession to be still noble to the extent possible, commercialization has to be avoided. So every effort is done in order to prevent this. So for that, there are regulations of how to regulate fees and to be paid by the student. Then there is what is called recognition of fitness to get grants. Whether an institution is fit to receive grants, the UGC has its own method. And if you come under 12B, the UGC can give grants to the institution. Goa University is under 12B. So also there are many colleges in Goa University umbrella which have the 12B recognition. They all receive grants. And these grants can come from any central government organization, or it can also come from the UGC itself. The 12B allocates grants. There is an allocation. There is a principle of allocation, and it is done. Then periodic inspection of all universities is within the umbrella of the UGC. They have to come and inspect to see that everything is going on, and they must periodically refresh your license, so to say, so that the public at large know that here is a good institution and one can go safely. The naming, granting, conferring of degrees is a very important thing. UGC has listed nearly 130 odd degrees, and you cannot give any degree other than that. If you want to give that degree, you have to go back to the UGC and tell them why you want to institute this, why it cannot be accommodated in this list. And if it is a convincing argument you make, then the UGC may agree to permit you. And if you give any degree which is outside this, it, the institution is liable for punishment because it gives rise to a feeling of some avoiding certain things in the public mind. In public, there cannot be anything to confuse the public or the employer. Public should know what the degree is. For example, a BA has to be only Bachelor of Arts. It cannot be something else. You can't give that degree to some other function. And inspecting private university functioning. As I said, private universities have come in a big way. They are playing a very important role, but they need to be regulated because there is always a danger that they may not be truly following the norms and standards as required to conduct academic programs. And if such a thing is not there, the stakeholders are getting into difficulty. The stakeholders may be fooled, and that cannot happen. So in order to avoid this, the powers are conferred on the UGC to ensure that. Then that is the AICTE Act. In AICTE Act, it is very clear, recognition of technical institutions only. In AICTE Act, technical education is defined. It is defined as education in engineering and technology, education in architecture, education in pharmacy, education in management, town and country planning, and related computer application and related subject areas. List they have given. All these come under one umbrella called technical education. And any institution who is doing this, they have to be recognized by AICTE, provided they are not a university. If it is a university, they say universities already have their recognition system. They do their job well. They have their authority. They have their bodies. In a university, there is an academic council, there is an executive council, and the like. And these bodies are strong enough to take care of the needs of the university. That's why this not covering university is specifically mentioned. And I'm glad that Venkatesh Kamath also brought out this point earlier. Then it also has a provision to coordinate the development of technical education at all levels in India. This is a very important function. They have to do this much more than they are doing this, because today we find that in our country, if you look at the map of India, we have 31 states. Not all states have the same richness of technical education. Some are very highly dense, lots of colleges in one area, and lots of students are going into those areas. But there are several areas which are sparse. It is not populated well. Something needs to be done. And I believe a role of AICTE developing technical education all over India is not happening well. It has to happen. Then laying down norms and standards to be met. This is a very important thing. And in case of technical institution, after laying down norms and standards, AICTE does inspection to approve them, to recognize them. Whereas in case of universities, these norms and standards are indicated to them, and you have to follow that on your own, and you have to assure. And that is what is called an affirmative action from the university to be taken. And approving new institutions and programs, and guiding in student admission, fee fixation, and the like. Today, there are fee fixation committees which are set up. In every state, it's required to do that, particularly where large number of private institutions are there. States are required to take care of fixing the fees by appointing a committee under the chairmanship of a retired Chief Justice of a High Court or a Supreme Court or something like that. And then there will be a committee of academics and people who know about accounting. All of them sit together and decide what fees to be paid by students. And this is a duty under the AICTE. It has to be done. And declaring institutions for receiving grant. AICTE also gives grants, just like UGC. But these grants are typically in the form of encouragement to research or encouragement to some specific activities, specific program, not as a development assistance. In the UGC format, they give what is called development assistance, where in development of a university, your infrastructure, your library, your computation facilities, and new laboratories, such other things can come under UGC. So this is a different type of funding. Then what are the powers conferred on the university? I told earlier, universities are important regulatory body, and they should have, they are supposed to be having 4 autonomy. Number 1 is the academic autonomy. Number 2 is the financial autonomy. Once the government has given the grants to the university, the government should be at a distance from the university, and university should keep the authorities at arm's length so that there is no interference in day-to-day work. And that money which is given to the university has its body, it has its finance committee, it has its executive council and the like. They will take care of it and report to the government at the end of the year by means of an annual report and the like. And then it is placed before the assembly or before the parliament. And that's how decisions take place for future grant. So second autonomy is finance. Third autonomy is administrative autonomy. Everything in the university should be able to be done by the university authority. And then the managerial autonomy. You can give delegation of powers. Powers can be delegated. Everything need not be done only by the vice chancellor or by the dean or by the head of the department. It can percolate down to the lowest level so that everyone takes a role in ensuring smooth functioning of the university. So it's very important. All these 4 autonomies are very important, and university is required to first function with these 4 autonomies and then establish schools, departments, colleges, affiliating recognized colleges, then granting autonomy to colleges. Some colleges which have fructified very well, they would like to become autonomous colleges. And this trend has come in a very big way, although it is rather slow in our country. First autonomous colleges in India were set up as back as 1970 by the second commission, that was the Kothari Commission, which came up, which gave its recommendation in 1968. As a result of that, first autonomous colleges came up in 1970, and things have been rather slow. I am told as of now, there are only about 400 odd colleges all over India, out of nearly 40,000 colleges. So you can imagine what percentage it is, still very small. But in our opinion, for better educational progress, every college should attempt to become autonomous. Then they will get freedom to conduct its own academic activity. And that is when what Dr. Kudsarkar said, things like what has happened in IITs can percolate down the line. Merely by affiliating, it does not permit, but you must have autonomy. So that autonomy, there is a procedure. And university can play a very important role in granting autonomy to colleges with the nod of UGC and regulating its units, maintaining standards, starting UG, PG program, advancing frontiers of knowledge by research, conducting examination, and recognizing merit by scholarship prizes. All these are major powers which are conferred on the UGC, conferred on the university by its act. Now, what about IITs and NIITs? They are governed by the Act of IIT Act of 1961, which is the basic one. And it has gone through some amendments over the years when new IITs were added. and NIT Act of 2007. These are the basic documents which govern the powers of IITs and NITs. And there are similar acts for other institutions like the IIM. You might have seen very recently the IIM Act is now under review, and likely that the Parliament will see a new bill. The new bill has been put out on the website, and they have sought comments from academics on the functioning of the new bill because some transformations are likely to happen. So it is coming up. Then regulating its units, maintaining standards, starting UG, PG courses, all this is within the institution. They don't have to go out, and at best they are guided by the IIT's council. There is the IIT's council which takes care of all IITs sit together, all NITs sit together, and they have their council, and things are within their means only. Advancing frontiers of knowledge, and all the regulating student admissions, fees, all these functions are done at the IIT. They are done much better because it is a unit which conducts its operation rather than a mass which has to deal with it. Now, leaving aside this regulation, this is one aspect, and regulation alone cannot be of great use in order to improve the academic standards and take the institutions to a much higher level, because regulation ensures that whatever you have in mind, you are permitted to do. It is not necessary that it will enable you to go to great heights. It will not immediately permit you to go to great heights. For that, accreditation is one important thing. And what is this accreditation? This is a process which helps higher education institutions in meeting the quality criteria and standards set by the accrediting agency. There are what are called accrediting agencies. And what do? They assist faculty and staff to improve academic quality and enhance public trust in the higher education institution. This is most important. Confidence of the stakeholders, confidence of the public, and trust of the public is very necessary for every institution. And every institution has to be accountable to itself and to the public at large. It's helpful to ensure the excellence of education provided either at the institutional level or at the program level. And program level particularly because in technical subjects, each one is a different program. Engineering, chemical engineering is different from electrical engineering, different from mechanical engineering. Each one is a discipline, each one is a program. And program level is extremely important because the employers don't come to that college to pick up the student. They come to that program. These employers come to the institution because they have a good electrical engineering program or a good computer science program. They come to that. So the program level is extremely important. And putting a stamp of approval for the graduates of the program, and it says that they are ready for employment. And that is the worth at the end. At the end, the students must be ready for employment. And accrediting agencies are set up by regulatory bodies. Regulatory bodies do that, setting up, using their acts and in pursuance of the National Education Policy of 1986. In 1986, there was the National Education Policy. One of the major items enunciated in this policy was that there shall be accrediting agencies set up under different umbrellas in order to enhance the quality and standard of education. Because until then, if you look at the efforts in our country were primarily to provide access, more and more colleges to be set up, more and more students to be admitted. All this has really done good because our youngsters are getting opportunities to study. But what about the quality? Quality was not given much attention until then. And this effect has come in after 1986. Who are the accrediting agencies? There are major two. NAAC, which is set up by UGC in 94, for institution level assessment and accreditation. It is at the institution level, institution as a whole. Largely, the non-technical programs, non-engineering programs like arts, science, commerce, education, and even medical and other institutions, they go under NAAC because it is easy, at the institution level. And that is recognized well by the employers. Whereas in engineering, while NAAC accreditation is a useful thing, but it is not still enough for the employment world. The employment world wants, even after institution is accredited, what about how good is the electrical engineering program? How good is the computer science program? That cannot be known from the NAAC accreditation. It is a program level. Both these agencies today promote quality assurance in higher education by proper assessment and accreditation for maintaining high standards. With the type of effort that have been done by these accrediting agencies, there are also other accrediting agencies which have come up, not necessarily for higher education. Today there are accrediting agencies for laboratories. There is what is called the NABL, National Accreditation Board for Laboratories, which is managed by Department of Science and Technology of the Government of India. There is also similarly a National Accreditation Board for hospitals, wherein it says it is NABH approved. If you see a hospital which is announcing NABH approved, then you can easily walk in without any doubt because it will have that standard. The Ministry of Health does that. So several other accrediting agencies, but these two are the well-known. Although there are a few others, one is for agriculture, that is an agriculture accreditation. There is also one for what's that? Yeah, distance education. The Distance Education Council, they have an accreditation board for distance education. So like this, they are for very specific things. But these are the more general ones which are used. And what is the objective? To assist stakeholders in identifying higher education institutions, meeting the quality norms and standards. And particularly the stakeholders of importance here are the students. When an institution announces you have received accreditation from such and such body, and that is put on the website, the student comes to know that this is a good institution by virtue of the accreditation, and the student has the opportunity to go to that institution. He can apply. Gone are the days when students were trying to go to that nearby college. Today they don't go there. It's not necessary to go for them because they see a wide variety, and when this wide variety they want to choose, and in choosing they do this exercise, and for that it is helpful. And facilitate continued quality upgradation, encourage high standard of excellence, and this also helps the institution to understand their strengths and weaknesses, because the report given by accrediting agency spells out very clearly what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses. So you can always use this third party inspection for your own betterment and take advantage of that thing. And finally they will get what is called an accreditation certificate. Then what about NAAC accreditation? This is applicable to all UGC recognized institutions. So any institution who wants to get done NAAC accreditation, they have to have the 2F, section 2F, about which I mentioned in an earlier slide. If they have got that 2F, they can apply to NAAC, and NAAC will accept that for accreditation. Then this is now a mandatory process for all non-technical institutions. NAAC has announced in its website, UGC has announced in its website, saying that NAAC accreditation is a requirement for every college or every university in the country, which is a non-technical. For technical they don't bother because they know that there is another body which will take care of it. But technical people can also go there. They will assess them, but it is not a mandatory requirement. Many times the technical colleges also go to NAAC for accreditation, because NAAC accreditation is a useful thing for them to get a higher level like getting autonomous status if it is a college, or go to become a deemed university. For such operations it becomes useful. But if they want to continue as a technical institution, there is no requirement for NAAC accreditation. Then accredited institutions qualify for UGC grants. So this is a very important thing, because today in our country, grant or money that you give is the only thing that makes people interested. If you are giving some money to them, then they don't mind going to you for the accreditation. And if you get accredited, that accreditation certificate is a passport to get grants from the UGC. Otherwise, UGC doesn't give grant, no dispensation of grant. What is the eligibility for this institution level accreditation? 2 batches should pass out. This is not done at the time of entry. Regulation is done at the time of starting a college and periodically reviewed, whereas accreditation is done only after 2 batches pass out, because the employment record of those 2 batches and how successful they are and how good the employment world views that institution are taken into account in assessing the quality of education. So it's a very important thing. Results specified in letter grade, and there are 7 criteria which are followed, particularly organization, infrastructure, academic performance, and interaction effort. These are the ones which are used. Now, what about NBA? Here, this is applicable to all AICTE approved institutions. Just like what the UGC says, NAAC accreditation is possible only for UGC approved institutions. AICTE has brought in that it is, they will do accreditation only for AICTE approved institutions. So now Dr. Kamath, Venkatesh Kamath brought out a point saying that they have been doing that, students are getting well employed, but they have not got to AICTE approval. It is not required as per the Act. But if you get AICTE approval by your own voluntary effort, then you can get yourself accredited by NBA, which will be helpful to the student in a different way. This twist is given in the implementation of the Act. Here, applicable to all AICTE approved institutions. And as yet, NBA accreditation is a voluntary process. It is not mandatory. It is not compulsory. Whereas NAAC accreditation, UGC has made it compulsory in the last 1 year or so. Everyone is required to go, and they will get grants from the UGC if they get that 12B. So mandatory for those seeking AICTE grant. Suppose now tomorrow Dr. Kamath wants AICTE grants for some of the programs in the department. He will not get it unless you have the NBA accreditation, because one of the columns there he has to fill in, have you received NBA accreditation? If you say no, that nobody will look at the application further. So this is a type of problem. Then the program level accreditation process today is for engineering undergraduate degrees to a large extent. More recently, they have opened up for postgraduate. But this is as per the ABET practices. ABET is a very important functionary in the field of accreditation on the world scene. ABET is Accreditation Board for Engineering and Technology. This is a board which was constituted in 1932. You can imagine how long it has, more than 80 years standing. And it was not constituted by the government. In USA, professional societies, the Institution of Civil Engineers, Institution of Chemical Engineers, Institution of Electrical Engineers, they all joined together. About 10 bodies at that time, they joined together. And then they decided, we have to control the academics of the engineering institution, and we have to help the employers. And they served as a bridge. They said, we will inspect what they have done and how they have done, and they took upon themselves. And over the years, the practices and procedures have become more and more formalized. And today, AICTE is one of the largest accrediting bodies on the world scene, and they have been masterminding many activities internationally. And our practices, which we have now, NBA practices, they are in line with the AICTE procedure. Here, result is specified in yes/no format. Either you are accredited or not accredited. There is nothing like giving you a CGPA and everything. And then the validity period. If you are given yes and for 5 years, that means you are the best. If you are given yes and say maybe 1 year or 2 years, that means you have to again go back in 2 years' time. You are not as good as the one at 5 years. No, so that is the level that will decide the level. And there are criteria here which are following the EC 2000. EC 2000 is Engineering Criteria 2000. In the year 2000, these were established, and still it is valid, and they are following. They are more outcome based. Then, what are the things which are responsible for performance excellence? Regulation followed by assessment and accreditation. Both these are required for performance excellence. Regulation will indicate that you are okay, you have fulfilled all the formalities to set up, but no one can give a guarantee that you are a high quality institution. But you have to have regulation and then go beyond and get assessment and accreditation. And there are many indicators. What are those indicators? Academic ambience and good infrastructure. Quality faculty, very important. What is the quality level of the faculty? Because faculty play a very, very important role, and they should be well trained in teaching duties. Teaching learning process is a very important entity, and they have to do that. Curricular framework has to be designed, suited to stakeholders. An active R&D and industry role in curriculum design. Curriculum has to be oriented towards the industry needs, so it is important. Then attractive programs, then student-centric teaching learning process, and learning outcomes, very, very important. There are learning outcomes are listed. When a student comes out of the institution, he or she should have learned all those things, whether those are included in the syllabi, those are taught in the classrooms, all these are witnessed before final inspection. And then publications in high impact journals and patents. So these are some of the things. Now, what are the issues concerned? These are the last two slides, are rather important. These come out as a result of what we have seen now and as a result of what we heard in the earlier morning. Multiple bodies today are conducting higher education regulation. In India, there are many bodies doing the same thing. For example, but we have to choose a proper one for the assessment and accreditation that is needed. I brought out a situation. You want grants from AICTE, then you have no escape but to go for AICTE regulation and AICTE accreditation. You have no escape. Although somebody says in the Act that it is not required. But you have to go before them if you want that. If you don't want that, then you follow the other route. Nobody comes in your way. That option is given. So here, multiple bodies are conducting. Now, another thing very important is often regulation taking place at many levels. And now you say, you take the example of colleges. What happens to the colleges? First level regulation takes place at the university. University asks you during the affiliation process to fill a form. You may have to give your what you call that DPR, detailed project report. You may have to give how you are setting up your institute, and you have also to give that similar thing to AICTE, and you have to get first affiliated to the university, and that affiliation itself is one method of regulation. Only those who fulfill the ideas, fulfill the requirements of the university get admitted into the privileges of the university. So that is number one. So the colleges have to go at 3 levels. College first has to go to the university to get affiliated. Then it has to get its 2F from the UGC to serve as a college, and then it has to go also to the AICTE to get itself what you call the AICTE's approval to conduct a technical program. So 3 levels. Similarly, for the universities, there is at least 2 levels you have to do that. And what are the 2 levels? One is the UGC. UGC has to approve you as a university. The next is if you are a technical institution and wanting so many benefits of technical program, you have nothing to worry but to go to the AICTE to get yourself accredited. So that is important. Then next, institutional level assessment and accreditation covers all types of higher education institutions. But program level accreditation, assessment and accreditation today covers only technical program. All programs in the AICTE handbook, they are covered for the program level. But non-technical disciplines, as yet we do not have accrediting procedure. As yet India has not developed them and they are yet to be developed. Until that happens, it will continue with the NAAC. There are subtle differences between NAAC's procedures and NBA's procedure. There are differences and which are causing confusion and some concern. These are causing that. Then HEIs, higher education institutions with NAAC assessment and accreditation are eligible for UGC grants, and they are also eligible for faculty and student support. UGC gives all this, and they can be upgraded to a higher level. If you want to become an autonomous college, that accreditation will help you. If you want to become a deemed university, that accreditation will help you. It is that. But those with NBA accreditation and assessment, for all AICTE privileges, if you want them, you have to go before them. That's how it is happening. Now, what are the other issues? Other issues are NBA accreditation is more tough. It is more difficult because number one, it is discipline focused. It is focused on the discipline and it is outcome based. Outcome is evaluated because whether your program is tuned to provide the necessary outcome is what is done, and it is outcome based, and it has been responsible for attracting good employers to the campus. Employers come to the campus if you have NBA accreditation, and that is one good yardstick which has been followed. And the students who go through NBA accredited institutions, they are liable to get good job offers, so that is very attractive for the student. And then another important thing which has become very, very relevant since last 1 year is the NBA becoming a member of what is called the Washington Accord. Washington Accord is an agreement of national bodies, accrediting bodies of many countries. It is like a small club. In this club today, there are only 17 institutions like NBA. It is not countries which govern this. It is the accrediting bodies of those countries which govern this. Accrediting bodies sit together and decide the procedure. And if you become a member of Washington Accord, then your programs, what are done here in India and NBA accredited, will be valid in all these 17 countries. These 17 countries include USA, Canada, UK, Germany, South Africa, Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, Korea, Russia, Malaysia, and a few others. So totally there are 17 countries. It's a club of 17 today. It is a club of 17. And if at all the 18th one wants to enter this, that 18th one will be interviewed by these 17 people, like any club membership interview. And you have to prove that you have the necessary capabilities to meet the challenges posed by these 17 and established practices of these 17. So that's how it has happened, and this provides international mobility for the alumni. People from NBA accredited institution can go anywhere to these countries. And these 17 countries today constitute more than 70% of the economic power in the world. And it's very helpful to the alumni because when they go to these countries, they can get good jobs and practice well the art of engineering or technology which they have studied here, and it helps them. Then many technical areas are covered here, but all of employment potential and alumni interest. And therefore, this is preferred to NAAC accreditation. And what is the urgency today? Urgency today is that this confusion has come in, and we cannot continue with this confusion for long. And we have to review these existing acts, existing act of UGC and existing acts of all these statutory bodies, councils like AICTE. All these acts have to be reviewed, and they have to be harmonized. You have to bring them under one umbrella because these acts have been passed at different points of time by different legislative bodies because the same people were not present. In 20 years' time, another body has come in and they have passed these laws. So nobody has reviewed them. And there is a need today to harmonize them. They have to be brought under one umbrella. One effort was made in this about a couple of years back in the plan of forming what is called the National Commission on Higher Education and Research. NCHER was supposed to be established in the country by amalgamating UGC, AICTE, MCI, and Council of Agriculture, NCT, various bodies. There are umpteen bodies. All those were supposed to be put under one umbrella and given this opportunity of one act, but it is yet to come. Similarly, there is also a need to harmonize both NAAC and NBA acts and put them together and bring under another similar act, for which also there was an attempt called the National Accreditation Regulatory Authority of India, that is called NAAC, was supposed to come in. But as yet, these are still on the table and they have to come in. And I hope our leadership will bring up these things in a very quick manner to help all of us, because one of the major difficulties that we have are the gray areas and confusion. All this can be taken care of by this. This is what I feel is a need of the hour. I think I will stop at this. I've taken more than what was given to me. But thank you very much, Dr. Kamath. I thought I should share this with all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the amazing speech. I now invite Professor Venkatesh Kamath on stage.
I have a little challenging task ahead to dynamically schedule the program because all our calculations have gone wrong. Now, Professor Abhyankar, who is Dean Faculty of Technology at Pune University, is here, and he has to take catch a flight at 2:20. So I just want to request all of you that he's going to present in next 10 minutes his views, and then he's going to leave, right? Professor Abhyankar. Yeah.
All the respected dignitaries and dear friends. I think the challenge has been given to me now. He has passed the challenge to me because I thought I would start my talk by saying good morning, but I will have to now say good afternoon. But rest assured, I will try and make sure that my talk will be crisp, and I will try and wrap it up in 10 odd minutes. So my talk will have 3 parts. Number 1, I would like to share one very interesting story to you because we have heard very strong views. So I would like to lighten up the mood a bit. Number two, I would like to talk on something which is very practical, something which is very pragmatic, because it's a very serious situation and our students are ultimately going to face the problem. And number three, if time permits, I would like to also talk about few of the thematics, the conceptual things that probably all these authorities and bodies they can take up to. So this story I'm going to share because it's very close to my heart, and that will set the tone correct as to what exactly I want to share with you. I also shared this story with one of the local colleges yesterday. This story is about two friends traveling in a desert. A very interesting story. And out of these two, one is a blind fellow. So unfortunately, that person cannot see. And the other friend is a normal fellow just like you and me. And while traveling in a desert, that normal fellow says, "Oh, for a cup of milk." See, if you are traveling in a desert and if one feels thirsty, one should not drink water. They prefer to drink milk. So that normal fellow says, "Oh, for a cup of milk." And the blind fellow asks a question. He says, "My dear friend, you are saying, oh, for a cup of milk. Now, cup I know, I have sensed it, I have touched it, but can you please help me understand what do you mean by milk?" And this normal fellow says, "Oh, it's damn simple. I can help you understand." And so he answers back saying that milk is a kind of white liquid. And the blind friend again poses a question. He says, "You are saying milk is a kind of white liquid. Now, liquid I know, but can you please help me understand what do you mean by white? The only color I know since my birth, unfortunately, is black. So can you please help me there?" And this normal fellow says, "Oh, it's very simple. Just don't worry. I will explain it to you." And so he answers back saying that white is the color of swan's feathers. So see, instead of simplifying the things, he is unnecessarily complicating them. Maybe he was a professor in one of the engineering institutes. So probably now you know where I'm heading to. So instead of simplifying the things, he said, "White is the color of swan's feathers." And the blind friend again poses a question and he says, "Feathers I know, but can you please help me understand what do you mean by a swan?" And now this normal friend realizes that this is not as simple as he would have thought of. For every single answer he's providing, there is a counter question coming back. So this time very thoughtfully he answers back saying that swan is a bird with a crooked neck. And the blind friend again poses a question and he says, "Neck I know, even I have a neck, but can you please help me understand what do you mean by crooked?" For blind people, everything is straight, simple, isn't it? So this normal friend really gets irritated. So what he does is, he stretches out hand of his blind friend and he says, "This is what I mean by straight. Tell me, do you understand?" And the blind friend says, "Yes." Then he bends that hand in between and says, "This is what I mean by crooked. Tell me, do you understand?" And the blind friend very calmly answers back saying that, "Oh, now I understood what you meant by milk." So just see from where they started and where they ended. The story is interesting, but what we can derive out of this story is even more interesting. So what can we conclude out of this story? Do not walk in desert. Or if you are walking in desert, don't have a blind friend by your side who is pestering you with all those interesting questions. It's just on the lighter vein. But see, what we can really conclude out of this story is many of us, many of the times, are as blinded as the normal fellow in this story. With our preconceived notions, with our own sweet biases, at times we are ignorant about the things, at times we tend to neglect the things, and so on and so forth. Maybe something similar has happened in this case also. To be very honest with you, let's not undermine the efforts which have been put together for last 40, 50, 60, 70 odd years. Post independence, different bodies, they have done tremendous amount of work. And the roles played by AICTE, UGC, NAAC, NBA, they are worth an applause. If at all they have created some kind of confusion, probably we haven't understood the rules. We haven't really interpreted the rules in the correct way. And that's why sometimes it ends up in confusion instead of fusion, to be very honest with you. Let me share the background from where exactly I'm coming from. And probably that's the reason why Professor Kamath has invited me over here. At University of Pune, I work as professor at Department of Technology and also given responsibility to work as Dean of Faculty of Technology. And we are the youngest department and youngest faculty of University of Pune. When Dr. Shivgankar was the Vice Chancellor of University, we thought of coming up with a very interesting platform wherein the academia and industry can actually gel together in real sense, not just on paper, wherein we can think of creating a win-win situation, and only then it becomes a sustainable model. If the industry is going to lend a supporting hand, or if the university is going to lend a supporting hand, it doesn't work out. It has to be a win-win situation. So the model works like this. Industry cannot afford to put their billable resource towards solving research-oriented issues. So they bring on table all such interesting research-oriented problems, and in the very interesting part of the bargain, they get these problems solved by virtue of supporting MTech students and PhD students. Support provided to MTech students and PhD students is much meager compared to the billable resource. And so it creates a win-win situation. So it's a very interesting proposition we have put together. And right now there are 53 odd industry partners with us. And Persistent Systems has been one of the strong partners. They are with us since the inception of this department. So we conduct MTech program under different boards. So we have 6 different boards, and every single board is a blend of 2 engineering disciplines. For example, we have CB, which is chemical and biotech, or CE, which is civil and environmental tech, and so on and so forth. So we run MTech program, which is approved by all different bodies of university, like Academic Council, for example. We have not taken AICTE's approval. And this is exactly in the framework that has been given to us by Supreme Court. We do not require to take permission from AICTE to start our program, no doubt about it. However, there is a slight difference, and that difference between the kind of MTech program that you are running over here and the MTech program that we run at University of Pune, there are in fact 2 very interesting differences. Number 1, we have formed Faculty of Technology, and we run our program at Department of Technology, which has been established under Faculty of Technology. I believe the MTech program that you run in Goa University, it's part of Computer Science Department, and it runs under Science Faculty. Now, these differences, they are just on paper. I mean, ultimately, I agree with what Professor Kutcherkar said in his opening remarks, that ultimately science, engineering, technology, all these faculties are in a way parts of the same story. However, we have those differences on paper, and ultimately our students, they should not suffer. So I would like to bring to your notice one very interesting gazette that got published by UGC in November 2014. And I'm using my words very carefully. It's a gazette. It's not a regulation. It's not a notification. Prior to this particular gazette, we have received 4 different notifications from UGC from 2011 onwards. And after serving these 4 notices, now they have converted it into a gazette. So this gazette was published by UGC in November 2014. And as per that gazette, it very clearly states that no state university can run MTech program under Faculty of Science. So if at all a state university has to run an MTech program, it has to be run under either Faculty of Engineering or Technology faculty. So that is the serious difference. Fortunately, we started this MTech program under Faculty of Technology. Let me also share something very interesting. After this gazette was published on 9th June 2015, we had our academic council meeting at university. And on that day, we took one very interesting decision. Prior to that day, 9th June, there were 6 different MTech programs on university campus. Those were getting run under science faculty. One MTech was in modeling and simulation. One MTech was under computer science department. One MTech was run by atmospheric science, and so on and so forth. So within next 15 days, we moved and we shifted all those programs from science faculty to faculty of technology. And that's because the gazette published by UGC very clearly states that if the admissions are given to students for academic year 2015, they will be treated as illegal admissions. And this gazette is available on UGC's website. So I would really request Goa University officials to look at this particular gazette. And so the solution is very simple. You can either transfer your program to engineering faculty, or if you want to keep it separated, you can very quickly form and establish faculty of technology and transfer the program under faculty of technology. Since you are giving MTech degree and this is not ME, it will be a good idea to form faculty of technology and probably transfer this program under faculty of technology. That's number one. Number two, the real problem faced by the students is, since the program is not approved by AICTE, many times when the students, they go out in the market and they want to particularly apply for jobs in academia, the academic institutions, they say that it's fine that you have MTech degree and you have obtained it from university department, but this is not approved by AICTE, and as a result of that, we cannot allow your entry into an institute which has been approved by AICTE. So for all such cases, I have request to university officials that you should help out your students. That's precisely what we are doing at University of Pune. So if at all any student faces such kind of a situation, we typically get a phone call, and me as dean of the faculty and our registrar and our BCD director, we approach those institutions, we make them aware of the regulation put in by Supreme Court and tell them that this is exactly within the framework of law, and you cannot deny that particular candidate from entering into your system just because our program is not AICTE approved. And typically they understand and accept the situation. If the candidate is not performing well in the round of interviews, it's a different story altogether. But just on these grounds, they cannot, and I repeat, and I'm telling this with a lot of responsibility because we have studied these rules and regulations absolutely thoroughly. They cannot deny entry of such MTech holders into those colleges, and the university officials, you will have to help out your students. But at the same time, I was able to convince university officials at Pune University that we should go for AICTE affiliation approval, and I completely agree with you, sir. There are so many hidden benefits, and why not go for it? It will be an added advantage. It will be like icing on the cake, and why not? Our students will get benefited, our faculty members will get benefited, they can apply for different research grants, and so we have finally taken up this decision that we are going to apply for AICTE approval. So that's the practical part of it. Support your students till you get AICTE approval. Seek AICTE approval at your earliest. Your faculty members and students both will get immensely benefited. So that's the second part that I wanted to cover in my talk. The third part, which is at a conceptual level, at a thematic level, and I won't take more than a couple of minutes, I will quickly wrap it up. Don't you think that it's very unfortunate that we are discussing all of this, and instead of we discussing out only the procedural part, in my honest opinion, we should really be discussing about what is seriously lacking in academia. And in my honest opinion, what is seriously lacking right now in academia is research culture. Unfortunately, in our country, we do not have research culture that we see in Western countries, for example. With due respect, even IITs are IITs because of their BTech products. The kind of BTech products that IITs produce, it's phenomenal. And then MTech level drops, and then the PhD level further drops. So it is the case even with IITs and NITs, for example. And across the length and breadth of our country, unfortunately, we do not have research culture. How many professors they really publish voraciously in top reputed journals? How many students are really pushed towards publishing their work in reputed journals? How many students and how many faculty members they have very active website, so that when you visit their web page, you feel like downloading few interesting things and you feel like, oh boy, this professor is really giving back to the society. How many of our professors they are really doing clerical tasks? How many of our professors they are really only into regulations and authorizations and acts and statutes and notifications and whatnot? And have we not really made clerks out of our intellectual force, that is our professors? Is it not alarming? And unless and until we really create such kind of a research culture, can we really make progress? If we really compare ourselves to China or US or few of the European countries, then we are simply nowhere. And if we really want to change that scenario, in my honest opinion, we have to cultivate research culture. Unless and until we have research culture, and it's an ecosystem. So picture is made up of dots. So one single dot alone is not enough. For example, IISc is doing phenomenal work, or few of the IITs, they are doing fantastic work. But these are only few exceptions. Picture is made up of dots, and unless and until all the academic institutes they become research oriented, and what's the point in talking about NBA accreditation or NAAC accreditation, because these accreditations are predominantly for the procedural part. So NBA committee is only going to validate whether the professor has created a file for that particular course, whether that course was planned, but whether that course was executed in a neat manner, whether the professor was able to really convince students about few of the technological things, whether students were motivated towards doing research and not, who is going to monitor that? And are we not looking at the things which are very superficial? And are we not very conveniently ignoring the things which are of great importance? And unless and until we really put our attention on those things, we are not going to make any progress at all. I always give this teaser to my students, because my students, it's a very open classroom that typically I have, and my students they always argue with me that it's not that alarming, and to convince them that it is absolutely alarming, I always share a teaser with them. So I will share that teaser and then I will stop. I always give them this very interesting example, and let's think about it. The teaser has got something that we follow every single day, the calendar that we follow. The first month in our calendar is January, and the second month in our calendar is February. Have you ever thought about this, that why do we get odd number of days in February, which is the second month of my calendar? Does it really make any sense? If we are in leap year, we get 27 days. Isn't it very odd? See, agreed that total number of days in a year's time should be 365. Agreed, fine. But if at all I have to make an adjustment, I should do that in the last month of my calendar year. I should do that in December. Why at all do we do this in February, which is the second month of my calendar? Is it not funny? Let's play a game. I work in pattern recognition, and we always say that we design optimization programs, tools, algorithms, and these are iterative, and iteration after iteration these march on towards the solution. So there is this very popular saying in English, march on towards your target. So we never say January on, we always say March on. So there has to be some rational logic in it. So let's play this game. Let March be the first month of our calendar system, and then April will be the second month, May will be the third month, and it continues. In the seventh month, in Sanskrit, 7 is called as Sapta, and we get September. The eighth month, in Sanskrit it's called as Ashta, and we get October. The 9th month is Navam, and we get November. And the 10th month is Dasham, and we get December. And January now becomes 11th month, and February is the last month of my calendar system. So it makes perfect sense to make every kind of adjustment in the month of February. If you look at Mother Nature, most of the new things would start happening in the month of March or April. So it makes sense to start our calendar in March. If you look at Gregorian calendar, if you look at Iranian calendar, if you look at Chinese New Year, if you look at Hindu New Year, if you look at Buddhist New Year, all these old conventional traditional systems, they suggest us to start our calendar in the month of March or April. And still we follow a very interesting pattern wherein January is the first month of our calendar system. The point that I'm trying to make over here is we simply do not get enough bandwidth to think about even the things that we follow day in and day out, that is our calendar. After getting up, we look at the day and the date that we have to follow every single day, and still we don't get an opportunity to ask questions about even the things that we do day in and day out. Forget about asking interesting questions when it comes to technicalities and technical matters. So in my honest opinion, the bigger role of all these advisory committees is to establish research culture. And the moment we establish research culture, it will get reflected in our industries also. Majority of our industries, they are either service oriented or they are solution providers. Forget about even looking at tools and frameworks and applications. And do we have any product companies in India? I don't think so. And with the Prime Minister at the very top talking about make in India, unless and until we have product industries, how can we achieve that? Forget about products. Our companies are not even into frameworks and applications and tools. So all the companies in US and Europe, they create tools and frameworks and apps, and all that Indian companies typically do is maintain them, provide services, and do a little bit of solutions, and that's it, nothing beyond that. So I think it's high time that academia should really look into it as to how we can create research culture. The moment we do that, we can pass on that maturity to the industry, and we'll be able to really create a win-win situation, and possibly a win-win-win situation with the third win for the ultimate stakeholders, that is students. I really thank you once again for your very patient listening. Thank you Goa University for inviting me, and thank you Professor Kamath. I think we are sailing in the same boat. We have started the dialogue, and let's keep doing it so that our students will not suffer. Thank you so very much for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your wise words of wisdom. Your session was full of enthusiasm and valuable knowledge, and it is a grand privilege to have you here. I now request Professor Venkatesh Kamath to present a token of love, that is mementos, to our dignitaries. Thank you so much, Kamath sir. I am very glad to announce that this seminar is being live streamed on YouTube, thanks to our DCST team. And also there's a small announcement. There is a registration counter wherein you can deposit if you all have any queries. I repeat, there is a Dropbox near registration counter. If any queries, you can drop your queries over there. And with this, we come to an end of our first inaugural session, and it's now time for tea break. I would like to request all our guests, dignitaries, to move towards the tea stalls and help themselves for a cup of tea and snacks. We will resume back with the next session in another 15 minutes. Thank you. अरे मुझे प्रिंसिपल्स वाले सेक्शन में It's my pleasant duty to invite on stage Professor B.S. Sonde as the chair of our session. Yes, yes. I now request Dr. V.N. Sheth, Principal of Goa Engineering College, Pharmagudi, Goa, to brief us with his views.
Good afternoon, respected dignitary, Professor B.S. Sonde, all my friends, colleagues, students. It is great pleasure to be here. So as already introduced, I am Dr. V.N. Sheth, Principal, Goa Engineering College. And whatever the views which I am presenting is my personal view. It is nothing to have any official. So because basically we are the teachers. I am standing as a principal, but I am professor first and principal next. As already mentioned that research is the main component. Yes, we need to work on lot of research, and research component has to be inculcated in our teaching learning process. And I am equally happy to say that this, because research, with the research I could also bring out, because I have already filed 2 patents that is unique in the teaching community. Thank you for inviting to be here. And once again, my presentation, as I already mentioned, I got little experience as a member of National Board of Accreditation, because I have visited nearly 30 to 32 institutions, and I am also worked as a member of AICTE scrutiny committee for the starting of the new institution like degree college and diploma colleges. I also visited as a inspection for the AICTE surprise inspections, and right now I am a member of AICTE Western Region Committee, which also looks into the various issues related to AICTE. Yes, if the quality needs to be assessed, there shall be need to be independent evaluator. Professor Kudicherkar has mentioned that self-regulation becomes very difficult, because normally we look out for a third party who can just mention that whether there need to be correction, and correction has to be incorporated, because when a competition cutthroat, it is very difficult of the maintaining our own quality assessment. As far as the AICTE is concerned, because now we have got 2 main regulatory authorities, AICTE and UGC. I feel that NAAC and NBA is basically comes after that, because initially NAAC and NBA was mandatory, now it has been made as a compulsory. So we need to go for that quality assurance, but finally we have to satisfy the AICTE and UGC regulation. Now there should be always conflict, because UGC authority feel that AICTE whatever the standards need not be followed. See, finally it is assured, because Parliament has given these 2 bodies, and we need to honor the directives, standards, and prescribed by this authority. So AICTE guidelines, mandatory and binding on technical education, and university need to ensure that such guidelines are implemented. Now, solution of such things can be found only we follow the rules and regulations specified by the, and university has to ensure that this has been followed. For example, AICTE specifies that cadre ratio, that is 1:2:6, and I am sure nobody will maintain. Teachers to students ratio, it is 1:15. It is UG 1:15 and PG it is 1:12. Even I am surprised when university affiliation, normally these factors are never been verified or not been taken into consideration. And so it is extremely essential and required to ensure that whatever the mandatory requirement has been guidelines given by, it is not only that UGC as well as the AICTE, all guidelines has to be followed. So because most of the times we find that in the cadre ratio, only lower category assistant professors are filled, but no senior faculties are not at all filled. Now, teaching students ratio, of course, by taking consideration all, by maybe contract faculty, visiting faculty, all one will try to make it, because that is not the actual mandate. Mandate has to be the regular faculty should be in place. The concept belief related to permanent affiliation by the university also has to be looked into. Once you are permanent, you need not look back. So that should not be. That should be every review at every 5 years, 8 years, 10 years, whatever but that should be review. The system presently in place, I feel in Goa University, permanent affiliated means you need not worry for next at all. So that should be changed. And in a Goa University system, I personally feel that there is a divide with the university system, that in the lines of AICTE UGC, Professor our registrar has mentioned that whenever some issue comes, we say that we are AICTE, and UGC say that you have to go by UGC. And one more factor I have come across, even under academic council election, it is decided as a AICTE and UGC, because even I contested, so I have been defeated in the lines of the AICTE and UGC. So formally, what happens that, see, professional and technical colleges are in the minority, it becomes a minority. So there should be a solution, and in order to maintain high standard, what I propose that there should be a technical university, because this is the need of the hour. This model has been adopted in most of the states like VTU, Rajasthan, Gujarat, UP Technical, even Rajiv Gandhi Technical University, Ambedkar Technical University, Lonare, JNTU, Biju Technical University, and so on, so on. So that means you are once again professionally competent and qualified is a requirement. Now it is also time to go up to decide about their own technical university, so that technical, because what happened that higher education technical university with the best research facility can be done in the such technical university only, so that you can create your world-class facility at one place. Now that's what one of the required, because PhD is lacking, and need to have a good PhD, you should have a proper facility at one, at least if not every institution, at least at one place. That is the technical university is the one solution. And this has been also emphasized by recently Professor Mangesh Korgaonkar, who is an eminent academician and happens to be alumni of Goa Engineering College. So he is one of the members of the member of Goa Higher Education Council. He also expressed that there is a need of power, that you should have your own technical university, so that a lot of initiative, technological development can be taken. I will come to the NBA certain later on, but I would like to touch upon regarding the recent representation by the students of MTech, who has represented to His Excellency Governor of Goa, Chief Minister. I am fortunate Director of Technical Education has forwarded the copy to me as a principal, as a professor with a rich experience, to give you my comment. The moment when it came, so I do my own research, and accordingly what is I found, so that in related to the doubts raised by the students of MTech Computer Science undergoing at Goa University, I would like to submit that yes, it is clear that to start any programs in technical education under the university, there is no need of AICTE approval. But it is equally known from the AICTE publication advertised in 2010. The item number 4 mentioned that university have an obligation or duty to conform to the standards and norms laid down by the AICTE for the purpose of ensuring coordinated integrated development of technical education and to maintain standards. Accordingly, university imparting such programs shall follow the UGC AICTE recruitment guidelines for non-technical and technical programs While selecting the faculty for teaching such programs, it shall be ensured that the faculty teaching such MTech course shall have the qualification as laid down by UGC or AICTE. So I'm finding that right now under the Goa University, the MTech program which is offered by the faculty, they are not satisfying the requirement. Under Goa University, it may be kindly verified not a single faculty having a degree or master degree in computer science or technical qualification as stated in the UGC. And as per the UGC guidelines, it is ample clear that all the programs, that is minimum required qualification is very well specified. For example, for MTech, the entry level qualification shall be bachelor degree and not MCA, what is being followed by the presently. And that is also been available in the Gazette notification of 5th July 2014. So thereby it defeats own guidelines which is set by the UGC itself. As per the MHRD guidelines, ME MTech courses have changed from the 1.5 years to 2 years in 2000 or 2001, with more emphasis on the additional credit and good research during the MTech. However, the scheme syllabus of MTech Computer Science offered by the Goa University, the classroom teaching offered only during the first semesters. The total course credit to be completed is only 40 with 8 subjects. For comparison, I made a comparison with one of the MTech courses which is offered by the VTU. Of course, I could have compared with the Goa University itself. So the complete information is that the Goa University number of courses are only 8 and number of credit comes out to be 60. Teaching hours out to be 720, taking 18 weeks. When it comes to VTU, it is 12 courses, 5 plus 5 and 2. The number of credit comes out to be 94 and teaching hours comes out to be around 1184 hours, even taking 16 weeks per semester. So from comparison, it comes that the content comes up to only 60%, that is 720 divided by 1184. The content comes out to be only 60%. So in view of above, there may be uncertainty in the minds of the students regarding the compatibility of the degree awarded. It is opined that without fulfilling the academic requirement, it may be difficult for employees to absorb them with little knowledge which they gain. So I am also not clear about the framing the scheme, the syllabus, because mostly it is when MTech, it is basically a technical course, should have been in place before the chairman viewers of the computer science and engineering and technology. He may be one of the member, means should have been. And finally, it is not appropriate a technical program of MTech has been brought under the natural science. And it is also the competency and analyzing the program itself is in questioning. So finally, I want to summarize about the course as whole, is that course content is insufficient without maintaining the standards as laid down by MHRD. The faculty is not qualified to teach MTech course. The methodology of MCA being eligible, because recent gazette which is very clear, which also violate the UGC guidelines. So there need to be a lot of thinking has to be done. And second thing is that I have already mentioned the NBA. Yes, NBA and NAAC is that once again a institution has to think about for betterment to verify their quality. And I want to mention recently is that even now UGC has come that to start a PhD program there should be minimum MTech program, because I understood that earlier there was a move by the Goa University to offer to start a PhD program in the newly started institution. So now UGC is making very clear, and as already Professor Abhayankar has already mentioned, the UGC has comes with the more guidelines regarding the starting of the PG programs, MTech work, where all should be mostly affiliated to the, means they should get the approval from AICTE and then affiliated to the university. So this is what I want to place before the committee. And as far as the NBA NAAC also, but what happens is that NBA has been sometimes it is more misused rather than properly. Whenever I go for NBA accreditation, I find that there will be a computer department IT department, but only one will be going for accreditation. Professor Sunday may be aware, because they will club all the staff under the one department, and other department there is no, not, because you are not supposed to verify for the other department. So computer and IT department staffs will be shown in one department, and it will be full, all cadre, every positions, everything will be availability. So NBA, because one of the shortcoming, even if you go for electric and electronics and telecommunication, you find that only one course is going for the NBA, not other course, because all the faculty will be shown in one department. So by that, NAAC is very good because it does the institution as one institution. So that is once again there is a no proper clarity, because you are going to see for 1 or 2 programs and you have to see the facility of that program only. Many times IT and computers is the worst, because all the laboratories are shown under a computer department which is going for accreditation. IT department are not shown only. So that means there is a loophole, because everybody will find loophole how to overcome it. So I think university is the best authority to take care of the how to develop the quality and rigorous. They should be, because finally it is the university and has to take credit of it. University should ensure that. And autonomous is a new visual, but still I find some of the autonomous are not doing to that extent, because autonomous institution, because we cannot compare ourselves with the IITs and the NITs. They have inbreed, they have come up with the system, but the new system, the moment change, there is junior faculties, everybody is only thinking about the how much is the passing percentage rather than the quality of the output. So autonomous new institution, whichever I visited, so I find that autonomous are not been really doing the justice to the society. Yes, it is a good system where a lot of freedom will be there, but the freedom is also has been misused. So I feel that yes, we need to think about how to go about, and these are the mandatory is we have to try to implement what are the mandatory given by the various agency, and so that the good and better quality education will be imparted. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There could be one or questions also.
Four. So shall we have 2 questions or 3? Professor Shait has brought out some very important points for our consideration at this meeting, because of his experience in AICTE inspections, NBA assessment exercises and the like, and drawn our attention to 1 or 2 important factors. I thought this is time that our members may like to ask some questions and seek clarification. It would be nice if someone who wants to ask a question, please raise your hand. Yeah, please.
Program, they are not qualified teachers, but they are just looking at the degree, but they are not looking at their particular level of intelligence or something. Is there something to do with the teaching has to do with the intelligence, or only the degree which was given during when he passed his exam? Because over a period of time, he might acquire a lot of knowledge through a conference or other things. Can't that be used for teaching this kind of MTech programs?
There are 2 things in this case, as I understand, about the qualifications. Qualifications is an essential requirement in all appointments or recruitments that are made in the university. Essential you cannot vary, but desirable you can all vary. Your experience is not part of the essential requirement. It is a part of the desirable requirement. And desirable they may have, but essential if one does not have, it is very difficult, because we cannot quantify this experience and put it down and say that if someone has an MCA and maybe 10 years experience, you consider it as equivalent to an MTech or something. It cannot be done, because there are no worked out practices for this. That is the difficulty. But if the lawmaker has insisted that essential requirements are this, you are required to have that. And as you all know, the pay commission, successive pay commissions have recommended qualifications that are required in order to go to that level and receive that pay. That is a national practice, and we can hardly avoid. If we avoid that, you may not be able to place that individual in that grade. That individual may be there still available to you, but may not occupy a higher position or a professor's position or the like. As he said, there may be teachers available in the institution fulfilling your student faculty ratio, but they may not fulfill the cadre ratio as required. That is one of the essential things which has to be satisfied. Yeah.
And throughout the country, if you look at computer science education, there are not qualified people, including GEC, Goa Engineering College, except a few regular staff, rest of the contract basis. Right? How many faculty members we have in the Goa Engineering College? Full-time faculty of Computer Engineering Department, regular basis, apart from Government of Goa.
Right now, we have got 14.
Regular Computer Engineering Department.
Yes, I'm talking regular only.
Regular.
I'm talking regular, 15. 1-5.
Regular.
And then IT department, we have got 12. 13.
Let me also ask how many years did it take to appoint this teacher? How many? I'm just a very practical question, not about this. I take an example from your college. Very sorry about it. I just want to ask the question: how many years did it take this to get this 15 faculty from Goa Engineering College?
No, it didn't, because we didn't advertise, because government policy.
No, I'm just asking the question here because I want to ask further question here.
No. See, we had around 8 faculty in the computer department since last 10 years.
Yes. See, it means that 8 faculty are managing for how many years?
No. See, it is
since inception of the department. I'm asking a logical question here.
I will tell you, it is only you are not understanding. It is only regular because state government didn't go for the regular advertisement for last 5 years.
Absolutely right. What I'm saying is that, and as per the AICTE norms, right? You need to have a certain number of faculty members to run a program.
Yes.
Just having 8 regular faculty members for so many years.
It is not only just, it will be run with 18 people.
Right, now.
Not now. Earlier also it will be run with 18.
A contract,
including contract.
Not regular.
Not regular.
As per the AICTE norms, regular faculty members has to be in the department, the complete infrastructure. But how many colleges in India, I just taken your college example here, all the colleges, engineering colleges in India, how they have been running the computer science program throughout the country is, it's not the violation of the AICTE norms. It's not exactly, nobody can follow because faculty is not available. There's lack of faculty computer engineering department, people are getting a job in industry.
It may be 10 years.
Those who stay in the teaching,
it is 10
who
years
cannot
back.
go to industry.
Now you just go advertise, it will be. It is 10
now
years.
It's too late. Yes.
Things are changing fast because academic positions are becoming attractive for students who are graduated with MTech, PhD and the like. So they are coming forward. The situation was grim some years back, but things are changing. And maybe the information that you asked, you can get it even on AICTE website. What you asked, computer science department, what is the level of postings of faculty, how it is happening, all that you can get, and you will be able to see that. Things are rapidly changing because the salary scales of faculty members and the opportunities that are now becoming available to faculty, they are increasing year by year.
I just have one clarification. See, you said that MCA students cannot take admission to MTech. Now, if you look at MCA program, it's being considered equivalent to MSc. And all IITs, when it comes to MTech program, they say BE, BTech, MCA, MSc are eligible to, provided they have cleared GATE exam. So MCA students can also appear for a GATE exam and get qualified to get admission to MTech program. So it's not correct to say that MCA students cannot take admission to MTech program. Yeah, so to tell you frankly, MCA is equated on par with BE only. Though it's called masters, actually it's a little misnomer. It's actually, in terms of content, it's the first degree in computer science for application, and hence it's being treated on par with BE.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking from the UGC guide, that is Gazette notification of July 5th, 2014. They have very clearly mentioned what is the abbreviated expanded level and the minimum duration and the entry level. It's been very clearly mentioned. See, when we all go the document, then we have to go by the document by the well-placed agency.
Yeah.
Confusion. Yes.
Insist this, but it is not an insistence in the part of AICTE. AICTE says if an MCA is there, if he or she has qualified through GATE, one can get admission in the MTech. You know, these problems do exist, and it is not in our domain to discuss this, but to point it out to the authority. We have to point it out, and these are leading to difficulties in our operations. You know, so we cannot fight and say that look, you are admitting such people. We cannot do that because both are right in this situation. But this has happened because of the two different streams of functioning that is imposed on the institutions. You know, the institutions are have no choice. You have to work with one or the other, and while working with one, you find that the other one is holding you up. This is the problem. Now, I have a last question to Professor Sheth. You know, you brought out a very good idea. The technical university for Goa would be a very good direction. But have you made any attempt to seek autonomous status for the college? You know, if you have got autonomous status, that is a stepping stone. I would consider that as the first step that anyone would be doing. And if the college has received the autonomous status, the next step would naturally be the university status. Otherwise, this would be a very big jump from the college to the university. And today, even for the deemed university or any other university status, even under RUSA, you know, if a university status has to be given, they would be looking at the first step, whether you have been able to go through that and organize your academic programs yourself, conduct your examinations yourself. All these things are required to be seen. Have you?
Sir, we have already made our effort because under TechView 1 and 2, so one of the requirements that institution should be autonomous institution. So our proposal was also with the government, but somehow state government feel that they will be losing control over the institute. So they are not, no. We have apprised them all the issues and then requested that autonomy in all the 4 autonomy should be provided. Of course, academic they are not worried, but only their financial autonomy they will be feeling that they will be losing. So they say that no financial autonomy. You can have a administrative, you can have a academic, but when financial, they say that still the government want to have it.
The government, nothing to worry, but academic autonomy is most important for any institution. If you have academic autonomy, you will be able to prepare your own syllabus, you will be able to conduct your own examination and develop the internal skills in the institution to provide your strength for the higher level of working. Other autonomies can come side by side, but they are not preconditions for getting the academic autonomy. That you should work with the university and see in what way you can get. Good. Yeah. Now we'll go through that. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, Shade sir. We are all glad to have you here. And as a token of gratitude, I request Dr. Jyoti Pawar to present a memento to Dr. V.N. Shade. may I now take this opportunity to welcome on stage Dr. Luis Clement Mesquita, Principal of Padre Cossesov College of Engineering, Varna, Goa.
Hello, hello.
Respected Chairman, Professor Sonde, and workshop participants. First of all, let me say I am very thankful for giving me this opportunity to talk at this seminar. So I'll start without any further introduction. I'm from Padre Cossesov College of Engineering. We are a AICTE approved institution. So I will just briefly go as to what kind of things we are expected to have as an AICTE approved institution. Professor Sonde has already given a very detailed overview of the role of NBA and so forth. So I will not go too much into the details. I'll only go. I will only look at a few points that I think are important to us. So before I go further, let me just briefly go over our college. We are based in established in 1997. The ICT approved institution. So we have to have a vision. We're required to have a mission as part of this NBA requirements. We have to have various governing bodies and so forth, academic. So these are the courses that we offer. We offer courses in B mechanical engineering, computer engineering, electronics, and B in information technology. Our intake is 60 plus 3 students. We also have an ME program, MEIT. The above program has a sanctioned intake of 18 students, and the duration of the course is 2 years. So these are some of the highlights. As part of the AICTE requirements and so forth, we try to implement certain things, and these are the things which are there. We have to have a certain well-defined infrastructure, again specified by AICTE. Library infrastructure, chemistry labs, and so forth. Adequate number of classrooms. Another thing is the AICTE checks whether you have a sufficient number of classrooms and various other facilities. See, all these resources require financial this thing. So I feel that if as a private college we are required to have these facilities, I think these facilities should be required of all the institutions which are offering MTech similar programs similar to ours. We have a total of 70 faculty. Now, as I think some question was raised as to whether AICTE says that you have to have contract faculty or permanent faculty. The AICTE doesn't specify what ratio should be permanent or contract. They specify the qualifications of the faculty. So depending on the financial norms, the institution can have some contract, because many times people leave. It's not possible to immediately take on new permanent faculty. So for the time being, people use contract faculty. So yeah, for example, yeah, Go University has attendance norms for affiliated colleges, but I don't know whether these norms are followed at the departments, at the university departments. We have internship program. Now what happens is, now as far as engineering college is concerned, it's not only a matter of knowledge and science. I feel that besides just knowledge and science, engineering is the application of science with the need to consider constraints posed by legal issues, ethical issues, cost considerations amongst others. So these are some of the things that the engineering college looks at. So requirements for engineering college, I feel, I'm not looking at from the legal aspects, because legally a lot of things are possible which may not be desirable. I'm looking at things which are desirable. So requirements for engineering college, this requires that engineering students associate with faculty who have graduated from engineering field. The ICT needs to emphasize this for the growth of the engineering profession. So these are some of the requirements that the ICT puts: compliance requirements, sufficient infrastructure, adequately qualified teaching faculty, well-equipped laboratories, teaching learning processes, research activities. Now, the last part that I want to talk about is challenges faced during uploading of the information on the AICTE website. I knew that some AICTE officials will be there. So this is some of the challenges that we face while uploading the data on the AICTE website. Data entry is done through a browser based application. Requires a very old version of Internet Explorer, does not work with the newer versions of the Internet Explorer. Now, in terms of engineering, this is not a well-engineered solution, because this solution is provided by AICTE and they need to improve the engineering aspect of how they gather the data. To use the application, the browser security has to be lowered in order for the application to run. This poses a web security risk. Because if you try to make the application run properly, the AICTE application, your whole college can be in danger of being attacked by hackers. Challenges faced during the uploading of the information: access to the website is very slow, as the AICTE server cannot handle the load of all the colleges. As I understand, there are some 30,000 colleges trying to get in on the AICTE website, and in order to make it work, you have to come and enter the data very late in the night and at odd hours. A better solution for the AICTE to develop would be for AICTE to develop a desktop-based application, downloadable application, where each college can enter data without getting into contention with other colleges for the AICTE application server. The application can be a single-click, automatically downloadable application. Now these are possible. You can just click, the application will be downloaded. You work locally. Once you work locally, do all the data entry there and it will be fast response. And after that, the application, the desktop application, can synchronize the entered data using background tasks, which can run 24/7. See, a computer can work at 2 o'clock in the morning. People prefer not to work at that time. So I think the AICTE should take a note of this. This is the thing I would like to.
Thank you, Professor Misquita. One small question. You brought out some very nice points regarding the deficiencies in the AICTE system, particularly in your filling up the applications and sending to them. Have you given these suggestions to them? Have you brought your problems to their attention?
Yeah, we have called the regional office. It's very difficult to get in touch with them. So we have tried on our part. But it being such a large organization, it's very difficult to get something across to them. That is the difficulty. So
you have Professor Shait, who is a member of the Western Regional Council.
Okay.
Maybe you should use his good offices.
Okay, we'll do that
the
next
Western
year.
Regional Office can take care of your problem. Because you are not unique in this. These problems are felt by many other institutions as well. And I think there are suggestions given by you. Maybe it should be tried out.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Geeta, sir. It is a pleasure having you here. I I request Mr. Bhaskar Sundarajan, sir, to present a token of love to Dr. Ms. Geeta on behalf of all of us. Thank you so much, Bhaskar, sir. Next, we look forward for the presence of Dr. V. Mariappan, Principal of Agnel Institute of Technology and Design, Asagaon, Goa.
Very good afternoon to the dignitaries, authorities, and distinguished colleagues and dear students. The views expressed here are out of the experience of 27 years I worked in engineering institution and 7 years from industrial experience. These views are just personal views of mine, and they are not to be taken as a criticism, as everyone of us knows that these bodies, NBA, UGC, NAAC, and AICTE, they are doing their excellent job right from their inception, and there is no doubt about it. But still, there are few things which I have felt while executing that is brought here. Before that, since various authorities are present here, I feel it's my solemn duty to say few slides about my college. Before that, I forgot to thank Dr. Venkatesh Kamath, who is the coordinator of this particular program. I mean, for providing this particular platform to spell out my views. Our college was established in 2012 with, of course, proper approval from AICTE and applied to Goa University. And we run 3 programs: mechanical engineering, computer engineering, and electronic and communication engineering. And the management which is running our college also is running the PCC as well as 26 more institutions across the country. The campus of us houses an engineering college AITD, the incubation cell known as Center for Innovation for Business Administration, 6 months back, we have inaugurated, and it is functioning nicely now. A tool room center, the project is set to take a proper shape. And therefore, instead of naming the college just Agnel Engineering College, we have named Agnel Institute of Technology and Design. These are the places where our management has got the institutions. And the details of these are given here. We have totally 28 institutions across the country, including AITD. As far as our college is concerned, we are totally conforming to the latest regulations of AICTE 2015-16 with adequate classrooms of 84.4 square meter against 66 square meter of AICTE norms. Likewise, 10 laboratories, classrooms with tutorial hall and drawing halls. The budget, as per the finance, so far we have spent 25.3 crores up to March 2015 for this particular project, and the budgeted for this 2015-16 financial year 3.2 crores, which includes salaries, recurring expenditure salaries, and other admin expenditure. So far spent to 7.2 crores, and this year 5.4 crores for the teaching faculty strength of 54 and non-teaching of 49. Thus, the total comes to 103. These are the few things we do in our college, right from mindfulness meditation for 10 minutes, our college starts. Coming to the topic, AICTE established 1987 provides norms for institution to establish and continue to sustain. Importantly, infrastructure, equipments, and faculty. On infrastructure, all the norms are based on the sanctioned strength. Sanctioned intake strength, however, at times the strength goes beyond 75 with lateral entry of 20% and further adding readmissions. Hence, the 66 square meter given by AICTE norms, which works out to be almost approximately at the rate of 1 square meter per student for 60 students, 63 students, 60 plus 3, 63 students, it comes to 66 square meter. 1 square meter per student needs an enhancement to at least 75 square meter. That's how in our college, being the new college, we have taken care, we have made all the classrooms of 84.4 square meter. Likewise, 10 laboratories as per the AICTE norms that need not be uniform across all the branches. Instantly, for computer engineering department, the main machinery or main equipment would be the systems with the different softwares of only different softwares, and therefore the 10 core laboratories like civil engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering need not be followed for all the department across, and therefore depending upon the depending upon the university curriculum, the number 10 can be can be made a variable rather than fixed one. As basic science department is common to all the branches, there is no laboratory requirement to strength of students categorically specified by AICTE norms. Though 10 laboratories for every department, it comes to 3 plus 3 second year, 3 third year, 2 final year, comes to 8. We have to presume that the remaining 2 goes to the basic sciences, but categorically it is not mentioned. Though the very is not existing in AICTE recruitment rule. Regarding supporting staff, no such norms are available wherein AIC checks only the distinctly in identifying equivalents are relevant. A formal equivalence list will be of great help to the effective recruitment process. There is a need to incorporate these things in a approval process of AICTE, and there should be a coordination between AIC body under UGC and AICTE regulations, cohesive group, in fact, well-defined AIC format will be highly appreciable. The model syllabi provided by AICTE is very innovative and excellent. If they are uniformly implemented all over the country, the uniformity across universities can be achieved, and thereby the periodic syllabus revision can be undertaken so effectively. And unfortunately, I don't know what is the reason why AICTE model syllabus is not being implemented. To enhance the teaching process, like earlier technical teachers training cell conducting certified technical teacher training program needs to be re-established and is to be made mandatory for all the teachers. Coming to the students' performance, in order to bring the comparison of students' performance, for which there should be a control over students' intake quality. AICTE should come up with certain regulations to have a cutoff on students opting for engineering education. Management quota system is to be totally abolished. There comes a dilution. Management system is supposed to be totally abolished. Fee structure is to be made same and uniform to government as well as colleges, so that we also get cream students. With a high salary package, the finance to manage private colleges become virtually impossible, and hence some percentage of bridge fund can come from immaturity, for which AICTE can play an important role. Coming to NBA, which was established in 1994 under AICTE Act, while NAAC also was established in 1994 but under UGC. NBA became autonomous on 7th Jan 2010. India became the 17th country to join the Washington Accord as signatory authority on 13th June of 2014. As per March 2014 survey, the total number of engineering colleges across the country is 3,045, offering 14,73,871 seats, out of which only 371 institutes are accredited, including Tier 1 and Tier 2. This because of no serious awareness and training is being given to all the colleges in this direction. It is being viewed, the NBA is being viewed as a status symbol to be bought, unfortunately. Frequent changes in formats, almost every year the format is getting changed. 2010 one regulation, 2011, 2012 came with introduction of Tier 1, Tier 2 concept, 2013 is following 2012. Currently, a draft policy of 2014 was supposed to be finalized in 2014. I don't know the status of this draft policy. With these frequent changes, the compliance becomes quite difficult. As part one of the self-appraisal reports of NBA is about the institution, as a separate NAAC is not required for common institutional accreditation, as per me. This can be thought of for award of autonomy or deemed university status. If you look at 2013 regulations of NBA, out of 1,000 total marks to get accreditation, 750 we have to have minimum. If you look at the total score of 1,000, 350 points out of 1,000 are university specific, whereas teaching learning process has only 75 points. First three: institutional mission, vision, and program educational objectives, program outcome, program curriculum, all are being done with the academic council, with the board of studies. It is common to almost all the colleges getting affiliated to the university, and the 350 marks will be, everybody will be getting it, and there is no discrimination whatsoever. And if you see, teaching learning process comes under the heading of academic support units and teaching learning process, which has a total of 75. Teaching learning process alone will be having less than 75 marks only. Where is the 350 and where is 75? And teaching learning process is not given proper weightage, which pains us. Same thing, if the draft policy says, further ahead, that first time accreditation, FTA, and second time, re-accreditation, they have different points. Whatever it is, the 350 marks goes to 310 for first time affiliation. But there is no much change or much weightage is enhanced to teaching learning process. Concluding remarks. AICTE is doing extremely a good job, because of which the standard of technical education is maintained. And hence, any technical program to be introduced is to mandatorily take AICTE's approval. Students' admission quality is to be controlled all over the country by AICTE abolishing management quota system. Technical teacher training is to be reintroduced and made mandatory. Criteria weightage of NBA needs serious revisit, and frequency of revision of NBA format should be made once in every 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mariappan sir, for enlightening us with your thoughts on today's seminar. I now request Mr. Ramdas Karmali sir to present a memento to Dr. Mariappan. Thank you, Karmali sir. Yes. I would now like to request all our guests and dignitaries to move towards the food stalls and help themselves for the lunch. We'll resume back with our speeches of Dr. Surendra Rehmatkar and Dr. Jay Bhatnagar in another 45 minutes. And there's another announcement here, rather repetition of my previous announcement. There is a drop box that is kept near our registration counter. If you have any queries, please drop your query there. It will be interest in this seminar. Thank you.
principals of various engineering institute and other institutes also, professors, faculty members, and students. Through my presentations, I am going to present about the difficulties and the issues which is being faced by the various affiliated engineering institutes, specifically going for the NBA accreditation. So before starting my discussion and the presentation based on the difficulties on NBA process, I would like to address the certain issues which is being started today since from the inaugural ceremony. The question arises here, the AICTE approval for the university courses which is being offered by the university under the technical education or the faculty of technology. So as far as my knowledge is concerned, in the year 2010 or 11, the AICTE has issued the one notification where the AICTE has clearly mentioned if the university is offering any of the technical courses, then it is not required. This is the one evidence. Apart from this, I am having the various RTI reply from the AICTE as well as the UGC also, where it is clearly mentioned that the university is not required the AICTE approval to run or to start any of the technical courses. Apart from this, as Dr. has mentioned, that the university will be enforced are expected to fulfill the norms which is being prescribed by the AICTE. So this is required, and in the during the deliberation of the Dean, Pune University, he has clearly mentioned that the university should have the Faculty of Technology, and under the umbrella of the Faculty of Technology, various the technical courses can be offered by any of the state university. Now coming to the point of the UGC system, as the Professor Sonde has mentioned during his the presentation, the variety of the universities or the institutions, we could say. The institutions, those are functional under the purview of the UGC, University Grant Commission. They are coming under the section of 2F. Under 2F, deemed to be universities and the private universities are coming. Apart from these, the autonomous institutions are directly coming under the purview of the UGC. I am talking with reference to technical institutes, engineering institute, and the state universities and the centrally funded universities. Whereas the deemed to be university and the autonomous institute, they may not offer the courses without the AICTE approval. But the state universities or centrally funded universities or private universities, they may offer the variety of the technical courses without having the prior permission or the approval from the AICTE. Why this is? As I feel, this is my personal thinking on that. Because of the private university, state university or the central university, they are being established by passing the act at assembly at the state and at the parliament. So such organizations or the institutions are itself considered as a statutory body, and they should have the certain right to explore their work area or their services. Now coming to the point of the difficulties which is being faced by, specifically my presentation is based on the self-finance institutions. Because of, we can't compare with the government institutes, because of government institute is having the lot of other resources and the supports, and being as a self-finance institutes, we have to manage the resources by our own, by taking the fees from the students and the some other the financial sources. Dr. Mariappan has already specified the criteria for the NBA accreditation. This criteria, which is presented here, it is from the latest guideline which is being given by the NBA, which is placed on November 2014. The criteria which is published by the Dr. Mariappan, it was from, I think, January 2013. As the Dr. Mariappan has already mentioned, that frequently the NBA board is changing their criteria. What is the reason behind this? Before 2009, there was some different the guidelines. Again in 2013, January 2013, they come up with some different guidelines. And now in November 2014, they are coming up with the new guidelines. And obviously, the institutes, those are seeking for the NBA accreditation, so they have to follow the latest guidelines which is being given by the NBA. The NBA is frequently changing. That I got some information related to this, the NBA board. Earlier, the India was the provisional member of the Washington Accord. At that time, the NBA guidelines were something different, and the NBA accreditation process was fully based on the academic process. And it was quite easy for the institute also to get it done. But when the India became, I think in the year 2012, India became the permanent member of Washington Accord, then the entire guidelines of the Washington Accord is based on academic output or academic outcome. So that's why frequently the NBA is changing the guidelines to satisfy the requirement of Washington Accord. So these are the guidelines which is based on the latest recommendations of the Washington Accord. If you compare with the guidelines which is being presented in front of you with the old norms, here the one difference is there, that is the program curriculum and teaching and learning process, where the weightage is given 150. Here I would like to mention, these are the marks which is displayed. It is for the institutions which is going for first time accreditation. I have not considered the institutions which is going for the re-accreditation. And there are the two categories of the institutions, tier 1 and the tier 2. The separate guidelines are being given by the NBA for the tier 1 institutions, those are having the autonomous status, and the tier 2 institutions, those are affiliated institutions. Here in the given guidelines, the institute, specifically the self-finance institutes, will face the difficulties to define the program educational objectives. Obviously, this program educational objective is directly concerned with the program outcome and the course outcome. Faculty performance and the contribution will be the another difficult area for the institute, and the continuous improvement. So my further slides will be based on all these 3 points, what kind of the difficulties faced by the self-finance or affiliated institute, it may be government or private, doesn't matter, while preparing for the NBA. We see how this the program educational objective has to be defined. The program educational objective will be fully based on the individual course objectives and the course outcome, and based on the course outcome, the program outcome has to be decided. And after the program outcome, then the program educational objective has to be decided. It means during the accreditation process, the expert committee will review the mapping process in between the course objective, program outcome, and the program educational objectives. And being as affiliated institute, because we don't have the academic freedom, suppose we want to make the changes in the content of the syllabus, that we don't have. And that will create a great difficulty for the affiliated institute to define the effective program educational objective. And only one option is available with the institute, that is to offer the contents behind the syllabus to satisfy the requirement of program educational objectives through offering the value additions. And we are already busy with our routine academics, which is being prescribed by the university, so we are not getting sufficient time or the effective implementation of the value additions. So that is a major problem with the affiliated institute to define or to score the marks for the program educational objective. I have come up with some solutions and the suggestions also. So my personal suggestion to overcome from this problem is that the affiliating university shall put efforts or shall take the initiatives to define the course objectives, program outcome, and the program educational objectives. Why? Because of all the affiliated technical institute under the Goa University, all are offering the same courses, same syllabus, same contents. So the outcome of the courses should be same. So this is my suggestion, which is to be noted down by the expert members. Now the program curriculum or teaching learning. Teaching learning is okay because of everybody is following the advanced teaching learning methodology, okay, by using the latest teaching aids, and the other practices are very much common in the technical the institutes, that preparation of the course files, the course contents, and the other things. All our senior academicians are sitting in front of me, so I should not narrate all these things. Everybody is aware about this. For the program curriculum also, the affiliated institute is facing the problem because of we don't have the academic freedom. Suppose we want to make the changes or we want to deliver something beyond the syllabus, which is not possible for the affiliated institute, except through the value additions. And suppose we want to review the PO and we want to include some industry oriented courses or some research oriented courses, that is also not possible for the affiliated institute to continue. So here the same suggestion is there. Once the university will take the initiatives to provide the course objectives, program outcome, and the program educational objective, this problem which is being faced by the affiliated institute will be sorted out. The major problem which is being faced by the institutes, not only the institute, most of the premium institutions are also facing the problem, that is the faculty contributions. Here the faculty contribution is based on the faculty qualification. New guidelines, new NBA guidelines is expecting that all the faculty members in a program, they should be PhD holders. So it is not at all possible. Nowadays there are some private universities and the other universities are established. So the lot of PhD holders are produced and it is available for the academia also. But what is the another problem which is being faced by the institute? Because of UGC has implemented the academic performance indicator, API. They are required to satisfy the API requirement. Otherwise, they can't be appointed as a permanent teacher in the affiliated institutions. If you are getting the PhD holders, so we suppose that PhD holder or that candidate is not able to satisfy the API under PBS system of the UGC, then we can't appoint him as a permanent faculty in our institute. And obviously, it will reflect the retention ratio of the faculties. Anyhow, the institutions nowadays, most of the institutions, they are maintaining the teacher-students ratio, cadre ratio, but as far as the faculty qualifications, I don't think that most of the institutions are able to maintain this. Suggestion is here because of we can't compromise with the qualification, because of this is the norms for maintaining the quality, and it should be. It should be whatever the API is recommended by the UGC. I appreciate this process, and every professionals who is working in the academics, okay, they should maintain the API and they should work towards to satisfy the API requirement. In the latest guideline of this NBA, the faculty experience is not given any of the importance. So my suggestion is faculty experiences should be incorporated to give the certain weightage of the marks in the NBA assessment process. The another problem is the research publications, externally funded projects, and consultancy work. Specifically in the self-finance institute, for this I am not considering the government institute, there is a faculty exchanges are there. Not exactly, we should not use this word exchanges, the faculty migrations are there. There are some genuine reasons also. It is some faculty members are getting the good job prospects outside. Some faculty members are getting a good government jobs. Some faculty members are getting a good industrial opportunities. So obviously they are leaving the academia and they are joining some other profession. So that is the one reason. Due to this, there is a big migration. Every year it is there in the academic institutes, specifically in the self-finance institute. And when the sixth pay commission has implemented, the government organizations are also offering the very handsome salaries and the packages remuneration. So that is also the another the major attraction for the faculty members to join the government organization. So in such cases, the senior faculty members, those are available in the institute, are having a good research background that faculties are not available during the assessment of the NBA for in the self-finance institute. Apart from these, the other realistic difficulties that is coming for the to provide for the external funded R&D projects. Earlier there was a system in the AICTE provides the financial assistance for the self-finance institute without having the NBA accreditation. But from the past 2-3 years, AICTE is very much rigid, although they have not mentioned in their guidelines. But internally, without having the NBA accreditation, no institution is getting the financial fundings from the AICTE as well as the other funding agencies also. 2 years back, I submitted the 4 projects for funding to the AICTE, but still I am waiting. Another problem is to promote the research and development activities in the self-finance institution. There is lacuna in promoting the collaborative teaching and the research with or in collaboration with the industries. And the major reason behind this, the lacuna in this the area research and development, why the self-finance institute is not able to promote the research and development activities. Although being as academicians, this is my personal opinion, it's my professional opinion that every institution should promote the research and development activities. But most of these engineering institutes, they are offering the courses at UG level. I think all of you will be agree with me that is it possible to promote the research and development activities at the UG level? Until unless the institute is having the PG programs or the PhD programs, there is no way to promote the research and development activities at large. There are some sub-criteria that I have identified where the assessment of the faculty qualifications, I already told you that NBA is expecting that all faculty should be PhD. Another is the success rate. In case of success rate is measured with the passing ratio of the students. Suppose the 100 students took admission in the first year, then the final year all 100 students has to pass out during the duration of the 4 year. Is it also quite difficult for the institute to maintain? Why? Because of we don't have the academic freedom to implement our academic system to satisfy this requirement. And our university assessment system is based on the one-time assessment, one-time examination pattern. This success rate can be possible to implement until and unless we go for the continuous assessment of the academic activities of the students. Placement and the higher studies. In the old guidelines of the NBA, no weightage given to the higher studies, but it is included in the new guidelines. Every institution is working towards providing the better facilities, best facilities for the placement by nurturing the relationship with the industries and by maintaining the by satisfying the requirement of the industries. But as far as the higher studies are concerned, it is general observation, specifically in the engineering education. Most of the students, they are taking the admissions in the engineering courses so that they, as soon as they complete the degree and they join the job in the industries or anywhere they are getting. Very few students are motivated or inclined towards to opt the higher studies. And I feel this ratio is, I think, 10 to 20%. So the higher studies to maintain the NBA marks during the assessment in the higher education or higher studies is quite difficult for the affiliating institute. Faculty retention, I already told you, there is always the faculty migration is there. Due to faculty migration every year, specifically the self-finance institute has to recruit minimum 10 to 20% the faculties as the freshers. Among these 10 to 20% of freshers appointment as a faculty members in the self-finance institute, okay, it is the out of questions to maintain the research and development and the qualification and the other criteria of the NBA. And this is not a problem which is being faced by the self-finance institute. This is the problem with the other institutes with having the good reputation and are maintaining the good quality. They are also facing the same problem. There is also some migrations are there. Now, the last criteria that I have identified, that is a continuous improvement. Anyhow, going for the NBA accreditation, suppose we are able to maintain all these figures, placement, higher studies, faculty qualification, or any other the criterias which is being given by the NBA. Is it possible to maintain the continuous improvement? I will take the one example of the placement. In a particular year, the industries are in boom. Huge demand of the freshers will be there in the market, and suppose the market is down, very few vacancies will be available in the market. So is it in the hand of the institute? So this is a realistic problem which has to be addressed, and all this the difficulties has to be considered to revise the NBA guidelines, where faculty retention, research and development, curriculum upgradation, placement and higher studies, industrial interaction activities, all these things are required to be continuously improved, which is some of the time which is not possible for the affiliated institute to maintain or to satisfy the criteria of the NBA. There is a policy issues which is being discussed in the previous session also. So what is the solution for this? Somebody is saying that the NBA is required for the technical institute and the NAAC is not required for the technical institute. I would like to say here, NBA and NAAC both are required for the technical institute. If the institute is an affiliated institute, then the NBA is must. If the institute, engineering institute, is under the UGC section 12B, which is entitled to get the funds from the UGC, they require the NAAC accreditation. So there are the many technical institutes, they are going for NBA as well as NAAC accreditation. But still there is a differences in between the NBA and the NAAC. Suppose any particular institute is planning to go for both of the accreditation, NBA and the NAAC. There is a big difference in the guidelines because of the NBA is a program oriented accreditation and the NAAC is an institutional level accreditation. So it is quite difficult for the institute to go for both NBA and the NAAC. So this is my suggestion, as Professor Sonda has already covered during his presentation, that there should be a single controlling body should be there, and that should be it doesn't mean that the government has not taken the initiatives. It is already taken. The government has passed that bill which is known as National Accreditation Regulatory Authority (NARA) for Higher Educational Institute Bill 2010, where this was the provision that there should be a single body should be there, and all the sub-statutory bodies should work under the umbrella of NARA. But this bill has, I think, I am not aware about what is the present status of this bill. This bill is not yet passed or not yet implemented. So this is my suggestion, that until unless NARA or any of the other the agency or the statutory body or the organizations at the central level should be established, then only all these the difficulties and the issues which is being addressed during the discussion, it should be sorted. I'm thankful to Goa University, specifically Dr. Venkatesh Kamath, to invite me to express my opinion in front of you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable contribution in this seminar. It is a pleasure having you here. And now I request Ma'am Ima Pinto to present a token of love to Dr. Surendra on behalf of us. Ma'am Ima Pinto. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we look forward for the presence of Dr. Jay Bhatnagar, Principal of Don Bosco College of Engineering.
Esteemed chairperson of the session, Professor B.S. Sonde, our teacher, very esteemed Professor Kuchatkar, audience, faculty, friends, and students, very good afternoon and welcome to this concluding part. I commiserate and sympathize with students who have to listen to long sessions. I think you start typically from 9 to 5, so sitting has been very enlightening, but at the same time, somehow feels that I've come to Jamnalal Bajaj and some quality management program or something like that. Very interesting, but the discussions have been so enlightening and an eye-opening kind of a manner that I believe with so many learned speakers, I can't even say what Newton said for what Kepler did in his contributions to planetary motion about that standing on the shoulders. I'm right behind somewhere. And also, as you can clearly see, that I'm very new and fairly new to this setting of the academic milieu that Goa University has to offer to me and for all of us. But it's a fresh note. I think it's a very insightful and a very important point in time that I have been brought in. And I'm now the principal at the Don Bosco College of Engineering. Some of you have seen me before. I've known as friends, particularly Professor Venkatesh Kamath. I was here in the computer science department for a machine learning talk. I don't know how different would this particular part be. And Professor B.S. Sonde, my great teacher, my great teacher, who has asked a question to me when I was selected in COAP, if I might take your permission and share. Sir, that how would you explain Shannon's information capacity theorem of channel coding to an undergraduate student? Because in COAP, it's the first is a teaching seminar you give to an audience, big audience actually, with experts also, and Professor Sonde makes it as a personal note to be a part of every, quality improvement and every initiative that COEP has had as an alumni, of course, distinguished alumni from COEP. So without losing any more minutes and seconds, I would just go ahead and introduce that this part of the talk presents particularly our view. And I think last 2 days only, I was working on the Sparkle 2016, which has come to us from KPIT. A lot of esteemed principals would know. So I am trying to be in ENTC and computer engineering. I mean, I don't mean to talk and bore you with my background in computer engineering and ENTC and what has happened with me in the past in terms of teaching and research. But this presentation would be a little light-hearted trailer, I think, considering what I think I've been told to present. But it certainly, importantly, I mean, it covers the views of what the management, honorable management, Don Bosco College of Engineering, and the faculty aims to view. So these, I mean, there have been disclaimers in the beginning of every speaker saying that these are not my personal views. So I think these are also not my views exactly. I'm just a part of it, but mainly coming from the theme of management and faculty as stakeholders. And I think the first few slides, if you can open up, will talk mostly about, I can start, okay. It talks about the institution, and then it comes towards the end of the last slide about suggestions. I believe the objective of this interactive meet essentially was around what are the regulatory bodies, and the question asked was how does it affect the UG or the PG programs in technology and engineering sciences. And I was at Georgia Tech, I was at USC. We did a lot of research, but I don't think we ever worried if this research will convert into accreditation or if our faculty members are doing this kind of work. But I think it's important because quality and a sense to quality and understanding the fine points about education. I think that all of us, as Professor Abhyankar has said, I was a little late into the session, sorry for that, but I think I was just taking a sneak peek from that nice thing that you have over there at the door at the entry as to what Professor Sonde was saying, because I saw the room was packed with audience. So I could sense that implementing is a big problem or is becoming a big problem. Research culture, and there have been some very good keywords. So if we can please generate an email with these interesting keywords, that would be very nice. And of course, my learned colleagues from the principals of RIT Shirvada, Asagaon, AITD, the very distinguished principal here we have from GEC, and Professor Dr. Luis Mesquita, himself a PhD from Virginia Tech, I believe. So, so much interesting inputs have already come in NB and AICTE. So this is about us. It's a young institute, fairly new, in 2011, has about 4 different engineering programs in undergraduate courses it offers, with an intake of 60 and 12 plus whatever the AICTE norms typically apply in. We do not offer postgraduate degree courses as of now. The infrastructure, as you can see, is this wonderful building. I could see Goa University and it reminds me of Stanford actually, the look of it, the tiling and all. And I was told that it's our late Prime Minister, Mr. I. Gujral's, someone has architected it. So it's really neat. It has the Ivy League look to it. We are also having a new campus, a very elegant one, which we are building around on from various fronts. As we know, we have 2 gates now, more to come up in the central, western, the eastern wings, where we house in a considerable number of labs, considerable number of faculty rooms, as well as reading rooms and workshop, as well as classrooms to run these 4 engineering programs. I don't have the minute detailing of it tabulated, but as you can think, picture speaks more words. So I think that's what our faculty team comprising of this. We have a lot of Don Bosco students and Don Bosco faculty, I suppose. We have the heads of the department, the 4 heads of department. I'll introduce also Professor Gaurang Patkar here from Head of Computer Engineering. Just you can say hi. A lot of people know him already. I think I should be the one who should be introducing about myself more than they should be introducing me. And we had a little disagreement about who goes and makes the presentation. The principal is new, so does he give a talk? How will the system in Goa receive his talk and his views? But thankfully, the views are from the management. The writing on the wall is from the faculty. So I'm just the relay. It's going on and off, on and off. No intelligence whatsoever. Professor Michel heads the Electronics and Telecommunication Department. We have Professor Ajit Salunke as the head of Mechanical Engineering. Yes, Ajit is there. We have Professor Satish Kakorkar, who a lot of university, I think, would be knowing, and he is a BOS member also, civil head. Hi, Satish, right? And we have Professor R.B. Khande Parker, who is he's a legendary, he's a senior faculty member in Sciences and Humanities. And our students, you can all say hi. So Goa is a very small place. It's a very informal setting, I've understood. So thank you. Over to these pictures, as you can see, some of our infrastructure over here in basic electrical, I can see is the one with the, I think this is the stress and testing lab. It's what is shows in the civil department perhaps, and the labs in progress across. And we have an internal review generation scheme. I think this is important, the last step of it, by which we encourage faculty to take on consultancies. So what is formal and how much formal? I'm understanding because I'm only 1 month into this, so after catching up, I'm going through a crash course in becoming a principal, I believe. So a lot of faculty and the system is helping me do that in various ways, and I'm trying to cope up with that. So I'm facing examination time now. Here we go, some undergraduate students in action, and we have the active NSS unit. I think this is also covering the student activities and the student clubs, which we have in civil, mechanical, ENTC, and computer engineering. I think these are the various installation programs as well as NSS activities. We are the first engineering institute, it seems, in Goa University to have the NSS activity officially. So we do a community outreach program, which the Salesian Education Society also emphasizes a lot in a considerable way. Who do we see as regulatory authorities or activities? As of now, fairly new institutions, so AICTE, chiefly the Directorate of Technical Education, into the admissions and into the short time marking. I think a lot of our points have been discussed, but we haven't formally put them for some reason. But NBA we see as a long time marking process. Each is like, it's like a data fusion algorithm to me because I'm a machine learning person. So you have certain quality metrics which are statistically understood and some equations which people keep coming in as expert teams after years of expertise and exposure to education systems in Europe, Australia, and North America. I think North America has a certainly strong spirit and tone in terms of how it dominates besides the US dollar in terms of how the educational policy. I think IITs, the teaching assistant concept also comes from North American institutions, I believe so. Professor Sonde would be kind enough to second me on that. So we have an excellent management undoubtedly under whose guidance we have a rector father, the director on campus, Reverend Father Kinlady Cruz, who is in kind send his regards and his best wishes to our team as well as the entire prospect of this think tank of NBA and AICTE that we are trying to develop and evolve. We get the infrastructure and human resources constantly upgraded internally also. Our management is very keen in finding various ways in empowering and doing useful programs in terms of student and faculty initiatives. So with faculty information, we start with here. We have about 4 doctorates already. Dr. Praveen Verekar is here. He's a PhD holder. And Dr. Khande Parkar, of course, is in mathematics, applied mathematics from Bombay University. He's from IIC Bangalore. 7 faculty members ongoing who are pursuing PhD. We have Dr. Professor Gaurang Patkar and Professor Ajit Salunki and Professor, anybody else? Not. So these are the AICTE norms and the faculty information, the student admission process. I think this is just, we can breeze through this information. And this is what, I don't know how relevant it is because I've been told to deliver this. So I'm doing my job, I hope, fairly well. Beyond the classroom, we have done some very important initiatives, I think, in doing field trips, seminars, and workshops. Main program is in place. Professor Gadre, of course, does it best. We have been trying to adopt it in IIT Goa also from IIT Bombay. We have 2 full-time counselors now on campus who regularly help our students and faculty through IT1, the internal test 1, through internal test 2 and the, the short-term links and the relays in getting them enhanced on their well, exam-oriented as well as knowledge development aspects and making them comfortable in subject areas because we aim to see students as our main stakeholders. It's a very student-centric approach that we aim to keep. There's MOUs which are, I think, now getting accelerated. As you know, the institute is fairly young, so the eCell MOU with SIBA and Manovikas is helping us in some ways, and it is supposed to go further. We have our student toppers here, Mamta Mestri from BE Civil and Suhail Khan, BE Mechanical, who stood first in the university exam. That was the first batch of students graduated from Don Bosco College of Engineering, right? So way to go, that's great. So, regular programs such as Robocom and field visits and trips, which have been, as I said, very well received and coordinated, and actively developing the industry-academia relationship, which Professor Salunki has also been as officiating principal for some time, being very keen in terms of his contributions. Some of the suggestions that our team or the Institute, Don Bosco College of Engineering, offers are these. I think they're just too much on one slide, but basically it's about if we could have a technical university or a technical department. This is what Rector Father also, I think, he pointed out to us that we could in kind put forward and suggest. And I think a lot of learned scholars agree, and already it's just been discussed. So a lot of points have been discussed already. I'll go over through, and this particular thing about that Dr. Khande Parkar pointed out about 75 working days and 90 working days, right? From the UGC aspect. We were talking in themes, and we were talking about the number of working days in a semester. So that's how we could have some more time in a semester and give more break to students for internship activities and things like that. I think this is a little between AICTE and UGC, time when AICTE was under UGC or things like that. Thank you very much. That's all. This was short and sweet.
Thank you so much, sir. Your talk was full of enthusiasm. And now I request Ms. Payaswini ma'am to present a memento to Dr. Jay Bhatnagar. Thank you, Payaswini ma'am. We are now entering into our next session of today's seminar. I request Professor B.S. Sonde to chair this session. Uh, I invite on stage Professor Arvind Kochadkar, a Professor Emeritus at IIT Bombay. Professor has his interests in creating novel educational institutions, academic planning and management technology, innovation and management, etc., and has published over 50 papers in international reviewed journals, contributed chapters in books, data books, and presented a number of invited talks. Professor, it is an honor to have you here amongst us.
Hello.
Yeah, it's already there. And of course, I learned a whole lot about UGC, AICTE, NBA, NAAC, plus XYZ. It's been, I've never been exposed to this kind of education. And it's a tremendous advantage to know about things. Also, that creates a disturbance in the mind when the brain molecules are tossing all over with all kinds of information. I come, as I said, I come from the IIT system where we do not worry about any of these regulations or accreditation. We have our own internal mechanism, as you and I know that we individually want to be excellent, and we want to appear to be excellent and be excellent. Therefore, this is a little difficult for me. However, it was back in, well, let me just introduce by saying that you and I know that India is a very complex, very diverse country. India is also a country of huge numbers, and I'll give you some statistics. The demand for high quality education surpasses the supply of quality education. Therefore, you have this huge mismatch. The question, therefore, is how do you provide this high quality education to large numbers? And I said high quality education, so my emphasis throughout is on quality. When you require all this huge infrastructure, What are you regulating? What should be regulated is a question that we need to address. Some of it we are already seeing the consequences of regulation, and ultimately the student gets affected. So how do we prevent that from happening? We talk about 90 days per semester of teaching. Are there 90 days per semester teaching? We talk about 30 contact hours per week in engineering. Now we roughly calculate one contact hour requires 2 hours of study. Therefore, you have 60 hours of study. 30 plus 60 is 90 hours where the student is deeply involved per week. Do you have 90 hours study? Do you have 90 hours at your disposal? So that means the student has nothing else to do in life during the semester. I think these are the kind of questions we need to ask. So I think enough has been said about the details about the topic. So my approach is going to be something different. And I hope you bear with me. Because I would like to start with a short experience of mine and then address what, why, and how of this topic. I was involved with 2 private institutions since 2001. I retired from IIT Bombay in 1994. Before that, I was basically with the IIT Kanpur and IIT Bombay. And I was blissfully ignorant about the intricacies of UGC and AICTE. 2001, I started the Dhirubhai Ambani Institute of Information Communication Technology. In 2007, I started Pandit Deen Dayal Petroleum University. There, the students and parents kept on asking me, do we have recognition from AICTE? Scared stiff. Do we have recognition from AICTE? I said, we don't need recognition from AICTE because we are a state university. We were the first, Dhirubhai Ambani Institute was first state university of Gujarat. UGC, I don't know. May or may not require. But I said, we internally will see to it that you get excellent education. And if you get excellent education, the graduate that comes out will be employable. A team came from, I don't remember now whether it was from UGC or AICTE, and the first question they asked me is, what is ICT? It's not in our list, so we don't recognize it. So I had to, India, here was India going in a very big way in telecom sector, required information communication technology people. So you put IT and CT together, communication technology, information technology, create a new discipline to provide the right kind of person power for this booming industry. And today, it's justified by itself. Fortunately, another committee came, and the chairman of that committee happened to be Professor Sonde. So, of course, need not explain to him or the committee what ICT is. Things were absolutely dandy. So this is the state of affairs. We might have all kinds of wonderful rules, regulations, norms, guidelines. Implementation is where our problem is. So I start with that, with my presentation. Can I steal this bottle of water? You know, talking, this is a beautiful time for a siesta after a nice lunch. So what am I doing here? But next 15 minutes by now, I guess. You can snooze. I wake you up after 15 minutes. This is the learnings called learning pyramid, and we are at the knowledge section. You know, we have graduated from data, information, and knowledge. We're actually moving from knowledge to innovation. So I want to, this is the what part of it. For the next few minutes, I'll talk about what part. Yeah, can you do that? This is young India. This is what I talk about India as a country of numbers. 50% of India is below the age of 25. And your calculations show that 15% of India is between the age group of 18 and 25. That is our higher education population. That is 180 million people. Out of which, let's say that 5% are pursuing engineering and technology. That is, 5% is very large. But let's say we have about 5-6 million people that we have to educate. That is the challenge India has. Therefore, let's not talk about regulation right now. Talk about providing quality education to them is our biggest problem. And this generation, this younger generation, has tremendous energy. We need to, our problem is how to unleash that tremendous energy for creativity. Because engineers make things. So we now move to this mosaic of India. It's absolutely phenomenal. You have from the technologies, from cow dung to now nuclear, from Bailgadi to nice cars made in India, designed in India, produced in India. These scientists and engineers for last 50, 60 years, and they're not IIT engineers. Most of them are non-IIT engineers who have made Chandrayaan possible and who recently sent 5 satellites of United Kingdom from India. This is the talent, this is the pride that we have. Regulation, no regulation, delivered the product. And this is where I think we have demonstrated, you have the harmony of the old and new technologies. And the question is, are we a developed nation, as Abdul Kalam always wanted us to be? Or are we a developing country? My take is, and by the way, all that I'm talking about are my views and not governed by anybody else. They are my views. Take it, digest it, absorb it, and take off from there. I want to give you another scenario of India. What I call, on the left-hand side are the have-nots, and on the right-hand side of this freeway of development. India is a very interesting country. You've got a freeway of development. And on the one side you have the haves. Billionaires, millionaires, 920. by the way, 920 mobile phones of this country owned by both the haves and the have-nots. Can you see the power of 920 mobile smartphones in this country? And this idiot can provide us everything. You can use this power to educate, provide healthcare systems, do almost anything, provide entertainment. Phenomenal power, and it's getting smaller and more powerful. So on the left-hand side, we are going to be by 2025, 2035, whatever have you, we are going to be the most populous nation in the world. And that is where numbers are coming in. That's where complexities are coming in. So how do you meet that challenge? So let's bridge the gap. And I always say, and I have proved it in 2 institutions, let us send all our first-year engineering and science students to rural areas for 1 month. I grew up in a small village in Kutsare, but I had no idea how people in real rural India live, how people survive. And I think if I had that experience at the age of 18, I would have been a better, much better human being. And I think I say that rural internship is very important, and we have demonstrated that at the AICTE and PDPU, and they still continue that. First, I want to give you the challenge of tomorrow. You know, we are talking about disruptive technologies. Disruptive technologies, and as engineers, we need to be exposed to those disruptive technologies. Computing and AI, and put these sensors and robotics along with it, and you have tremendous opportunity of this country, because we are basically extremely good in abstract thinking. God-given ability of abstract thinking. On the abstract thinking, that's why we're very good. We're called, Bill Gates calls us the software capital of the world. Add to that design part, design thinking, design eyes, and you create a design capital of the world. This is our next forte that we should be able to use. Energy. The biggest problem is you generate solar energy from the solar, but how do you store it? Storage. We're going to have a revolution in storage technology. Materials. Materials, of course, you and I are looking at very light material and very tough material. How do I train individuals, provide the skills to engineering graduates is my biggest problem. Therefore, I need a new paradigm shift, new pedagogy that I need to bring in to my students of today. It's not enough to have the talent, but I need to train them to think differently. Education and learning, what we call a self-renewal. Oh, here I must add a little bit. I think we overteach in a program. If you take a semester, our syllabus is so heavy that we effectively overteach. And if you look at a lecture, we overteach in a lecture. We teach too much and we overteach in a lecture. So what is the purpose of teaching? Purpose of teaching has to convert itself into learning. Unless people are learning and problem solving, critical thinking, these are the buzzwords of today, you cannot translate that into applications. So our job is to teach them how to do things. Therefore, they can solve or tackle any of the future problems. Okay. This is another mosaic of young India. The young India is a very interesting, young Indians are very interesting. And many of you have kiddos, and some of us have grandkiddos. And you just look at them, how they grow. And today's youth is a fascinating youth. Technology savvy, right? They take this smartphone and they don't need any instruction. They don't need any booklet. I call them as a click generation. They can click without any hesitation. They need constant mental stimulation. These youngsters need constant mental stimulation, and this is proved by neuroscientists and psychologists. Now, if that is what is needed, then they need to get involved in the process of learning. They do not like, or I shouldn't say dislike, they do not like our traditional approach to teaching. What is our traditional approach to teaching? I come to the class, 55 minutes is what, I don't know yours, so maybe 45 minutes, 55 minutes. I keep on talking. I finish my syllabus for that day. I'm not worried whether he has learned, she or he has learned or not. And their attention span, you will agree with me, is not more than 10 to 15 minutes at a time. They can concentrate tremendously on what they like for hours together. But they must like it. They must be involved in it. We complain that they play games. They play games because they are involved. Therefore, in a classroom, we need to get them involved. We need to effectively involve them in the entire process of learning. And by the way, it is their responsibility also to learn. And that's why I talk about self-learning. Another problem we have is these coaching classes. You know, coaching classes have created a problem of their own. Spoon feeding. We do spoon feeding right from the childhood, real spoon feeding, to then spoon feed everything. Therefore, when a youngster comes to the first year engineering or technology or science, graduate studies, he or she finds it extremely difficult to move from spoon feeding to self-learning. Therefore, you and I have to teach a 1-credit course in the first year and the first semester, second semester, how to move, tell them how to learn on their own. So, from spoon feeding to self-learning. Next. A little statistics. If you look at the right-hand side, about 10% of the higher education students are in engineering. And that number could be about 4 to 5 million, that is 40 to 50 lakhs, very soon. How do you teach them? Where are the institutions to provide this education to them? So we are the second largest education system in the world. Therefore, we need to maintain quality. Quality plus quantity. We need both. How do we do that? What regulation we need to provide to do that? So, can we achieve and maintain quality? Next, please. Let's come to regulation. Is regulation necessary? I would say yes.
if it facilitates excellence, if it facilitates growth and development, if it facilitates quality teaching, if it facilitates problem solving, project-based learning, critical thinking. Yes, if it protects students. Ultimately, you and I are here only because of students. If students are not there, teachers are not needed. And if students and teachers are not there, administration and management is not needed. Therefore, let's always consider students as our biggest customers, and let's not forget them. So, protect students, and if regulation has more positive focus. No, if it micromanages and throttles institutes' autonomy. To me and to Professor Sonde and to all of us, autonomy is extremely important and should not be throttled. So if the regulation throttles that, no regulation is necessary, or improvement in regulation is necessary. Second, it is no if it creates absolute fear in the students and parents. And I've seen this happening. There are certain circulars in the Times of India newspapers, and where the students are threatened that you will not be recognized. Whatever you're doing, you will not get a job. You will not get employment. Your career is done. Come on. If I'm regulating, my job is facilitating. My job is to handhold the student. To me, of course, self-regulation is the best regulation. So you could have, so Mahatma Gandhi said this, be the change. It starts from you. But you and I, well, at least I want you to change. I don't want to change. And this is our biggest problem. We need mindset change. Next. On the left-hand side is the current regulators, list of current regulators, accreditors. Then somebody said, no, this is not necessary, they are not doing their job, close it. Therefore, this middle line came up, the number 2, and you have CHER, the Ashpal committee suggested that. Then you have Hari Gautam committee, NHEA. Then you have the National Knowledge Commission, they said IRAHE. And then recently MHRD said CIHEC. Don't ask me to explain that. But you can go on the internet and you will see all that. Now, nothing has happened about the first one going to second, and I bet you nothing will happen second, and then we will have the third one. So I've kept that blank for you to fill in the due course of time. So the regulators must enable and encourage institutions to be proactive and entrepreneurial. What is entrepreneurial? Entrepreneurial is keeping on, it's a dynamic situation. Keep on experimenting, and as I said, academics is an experiment. A well thought out experiment. Try it out for 5 years. Doesn't work. Tweak a little bit. Improve it. Somebody was talking about continuous improvement. Yes, that is what is needed. Too much regulation, restriction, and control doesn't do any good. If you look at the outcomes, I have the bottom line there is 80% of our engineering graduates in this country are unemployable. So what are we talking about regulation? Accreditation. If this is the situation, it can't get worse than that. I'm not saying we should not have regulation or accreditation. I'm saying the existing norms does not justify the whole process of regulation. Therefore, outcomes become very, very important. Large number of institutions are below expected standards. They are recognized. Low quality teachers and teaching, pardon me, I'm a teacher too, but the quality of teaching is far from desired. Too much teaching and too little learning. Please digest that. No emphasis on students' learning by and large. Very little institutional innovation. And this recent ranking of U21 ranking, we are the 50th of the 50 evaluated. And I'm very sorry that I also represent an institution. And if we are 50th out of 50 countries in the ranking, there's fundamentally something wrong with our educational system. Needs drastic improvement. Our major problem is quality faculty. Major problem, quality faculty. And we have seen nothing yet. Because I've given you a number that we need 5 million students to be offered excellent education in due course of time. Where are the faculty? If you just calculate, I would say 1:20, 1:25. Forget 1:15, impossible to. Quality. Mostly PhDs. I have nothing wrong with the MTechs. However, if research has to be emphasized, faculty must do research first. And therefore, PhD, in my opinion, is a must. So you need to provide all that. Plus, we've been talking about industry-academia interaction, which is zilch today. What we need is a partnership. We need industry-academia partnership. I ask you, as principals and as faculty, will you allow a course to be taught, team taught, by an industry expert along with you? If you're teaching a course, you and I have very little industrial experience. We have very little real world experience. Therefore, I am very good at teaching theory. Can I supplement that in a course by an industry expert in that field to bring in the problem sets, apply whatever, whether it's mathematics or physics or chemistry or engineering, it doesn't matter. I'm sure there are industry people who can bring in and you team teach a course. Can we experiment on one course to be team taught? One course per semester. I think we'll do great things. There are so many masters, MTech faculty across institutions in this country. I don't have numbers. But we were talking about Professor Sonde creating training, and that is what we require, massive training, massive training, if we are going to meet the requirements of the large population. So I have a simple model under the overall umbrella of regulation. Can we move from centralized model to distributed model? Okay, centralized to distributed. And autonomy, therefore, becomes very important. Now, we have only 5 engineering colleges, and we have been emphasizing autonomy. Within a year, can 5 become autonomous? You follow the rules. 5 engineering colleges didn't go, oh, it's so small. It's beautiful to experiment in Goa, because nothing more can go wrong. And I think you're doing right. So can we experiment Goa within 1 or 2 years, 5 engineering colleges that we have become autonomous? I'm told that only one college in Goa is autonomous. That is Chowk. There are so many institutions where I remember when I was a youngster and some of my nephews were going into these colleges, they're 30, 40 years old. Can we make them autonomous? Because autonomy with responsibility and accountability. It's like India's freedom. Freedom without responsibility and accountability is what we have. Therefore, we have no value for freedom. So if you want autonomy, autonomy with responsibility and accountability, absolutely accountability and responsibility. Can we take that? Can we say, yes, I want autonomy, but I am going to be responsible and accountable to my students and to anybody else? Therefore, when I talk about the input is your students. They're coming in. Output is graduates. Does every institution have systems and processes? All the systems and processes well documented, critically evaluated within and put on the website for everybody else to see. Systems and processes, that's exactly what we did at the AICTE. First 6 months, I had special people generating systems and processes. Once the systems and processes are there, everything is transparent. You cannot violate those systems and processes because they are yours. So can every institute, small, big, can we generate their own internal systems and processes within the next 6 months? I think that's what is needed. And the bottom line is excellence in everything we do. Every little thing we do, excellence is the bottom line. Next. So, yeah, another 2 minutes. Each university evolves its own, now distributed model. Each university evolves its own guidelines for monitoring quality and excellence. Now, there may be a basis of national regulatory authority for guidelines or norms accepted. For example, Goa University. Goa University has an executive council, or I don't know, the board of governors. I'm more familiar with the board of governors. Defines and evolves broad quality parameters for regulation. And each college has its own board. See, it is the board's responsibility to see that we satisfy the criteria of excellence and quality standards. So self-regulated, decentralized model. Next. So I want to wind up with a quote from Vivekananda. We are responsible for what we are and whatever we wish ourselves to be. We have the power to make ourselves, so we have to know how to act. He's saying we need a mindset change. Thank you very much for patient listening. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Professor Sonde. Thank you very much, Venkatesh. Where are you? Okay. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your amazing speech and words of wisdom and raising points in favor of change. Yes, change for good. So we have a tea ready to serve. I request all our guests to move towards the tea stall and help themselves. We'll resume back in for the next session, that is panel discussion, in another 15 minutes. Thank you.
Fifth one.
Hello, hello,
Hello, hello, hello, hello, hello, hello, hello.
hello, 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 hello,
Hello, hello, hello, hello.
hello, 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 hello.
Welcome back. I hope you all are fresh enough because we're going to start up with the most important session of today, that is panel discussion. With I would like to raise my warm concern to call upon stage Sir Arvind Kudchadkar and thereby effectively chair this event. I'm glad to announce the list of panelists. Professor A.G. Bala Subramanian, Professor of Goa Institute of Management, Mr. Anil Kher, ex-chairman CII, Goa Council, owned Dr. V.V. Kamath, HOD of Department of Computer Science and Technology. I'm really sorry, sir. I welcome on stage Professor V.N. Sheth, Principal of Goa College of Engineering on the stage.
Welcome to the panel discussion, the finale. Am I right? The finale. The finale for today, and hopefully you have been participants in the whole process of this regulation and implementation, debate, discussion, dialogue. So we have 6 distinguished panelists, a lot of experience, and you see varieties of experience, industry to academia. So what we will do right now is we will hear me. Each panelist will talk for 5 minutes on the topic and talk to you for 25 minutes. So what we'll do is each panelist will talk for about 5 minutes on the topic, today's topic of discussion, give their own views. At the end of it, maybe we'll pick up a few points and deliberate, the panelists will deliberate on it, and we will have 15 minutes of questions and answers, 15 to 20 minutes of questions and answers at the end of it, because we would like you to participate very actively in this. So may I request Professor Bala Subramaniam, Bala, to kick off the panel. Thank you very much, sir. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am actually an outsider in some sense because the AICTE has always been adding management as an afterthought to their list of courses that they need to regulate. My own experience has been as at the receiving end of all the AICTE regulations, so I am probably talking from the perspective of a user rather than a regulator. I never regulated anybody at any point in time. The first thing to my mind, I would like to make a few disparate points on this. The first point is the cry for regulation. I'm a little worried about it because that is a babu's worry. Okay, because the guys who want regulations are actually saying, show me the bottom line and I will just fall into that line, and then don't ask me anything better than that. Okay, So show me the lowest common denominator, and I will satisfy that. Don't ask me anything more than that. Okay. So this is a very peculiar problem that we have, that most administrators would want this. Now this becomes, unfortunately, the line against which every organization would like to fit in. Now the problem is, for example, it becomes very tough for a principal or a director to convince his board members to have more investment, because the line is drawn by the minima. Okay, so this becomes a big bit of a problem. 5 square meter office space for the faculty, 50 square meters for the director, so many square meters for the classroom. Now, if the director says, look, I want my faculty to be a little more comfortable, let me have a slightly larger office space, then it becomes a problem. Why? What does the AICTE say? Okay, what does the regulator say? And why should we spend more money? This becomes the bottom line. So I am very worried about this cry for regulation. Okay. Now, the idea would be to go beyond, and all these regulations should become redundant at some stage of the game. Okay, that's my first point. Okay, now already many students or many users of the system have found the recognition as a redundant issue. Now, I am saying this because they would rather look at the ranking rating of Business India, ranking rating of the week. They would pick up 100 best engineering colleges, 25 best engineering colleges in the West, or 50 business schools which are good. And they would rather choose those ranking and rating rather than figure out whether you got AA plus or AAA or a double B in any of the Sarkari Babu regulated accreditation agencies. So this has become a bit of a problem. Today in business education, pagalguy.com has got a greater following and more credibility than what we put out as accreditation and so on and so forth. Okay, so there is a completely different world out there. We are not recognizing this, and we are still talking about the high jump level. 3.5 feet I will jump. Okay, now forget about the 3 meters or 4 meters, which is the Olympic record. I don't exactly remember what the Olympic record is. So that's one of the problems that I see. I would also like to bring up a couple of other points. Okay, there has been a little bit of an overemphasis on research in this from morning I have been listening to. Now, I would like to take a completely different perspective on this. Research is good. Research needs to be pursued, but not at the cost of teaching. Okay. Now, when I say this, today, for most of the accreditation agencies, most of the kind of regulations that are being put out by the AICTE and so on, is a much higher weightage for publications. Now, when we talk about these publications, these are publications where I know ABDC and ranking and ratings of the publications are also available. These are publications where 300 people read this, and they keep quoting each other. Okay, so I mean, one of my publications has 27 times it was cited, 18 times by the same guy. Okay, yeah. So I'm very proud. Yeah, my one of my papers got quoted 27 times. Yeah, you can go to Google and figure out. Okay, type my name and you can figure out. Okay, but then it's pointless. There is this mutually feeding into each other, whereas we tend to ignore the students completely. Especially, I don't know whether Professor Purjarkar can reach me, so I better stretch out and tell this. especially in the premier institutions where I too was a student and I too teach in some of them. Okay, the ivory towers where undergraduate teaching is looked down is a bit of a problem for me. Okay, so I think not everyone can do research. This is something which we need to recognize. Not every institution is endowed to do research. But I'm not saying, when I say research, curiosity to do things, figure out new things, which need not necessarily follow the formal research, is something which we need to be care about. Okay, so that's one thing which I need to talk about. Now I would take only one minute and then I'll shut up. Okay, the point is that while we are talking about all these regulations and so on, in between something has happened. That is, management education, there are some things which fall between the stools. Okay, that is BBA education. Okay, undergraduate education of the university of the management education is not regulated by the AICTE. You tell them, they'll say we don't want to know what is BBA. Okay, MBA education, yes, they would like to regulate, but not BBA. Now, if they can regulate 17-year-old students who are in engineering colleges, I think there needs to be jolly well start looking at the BBA education and what is happening in this country, whether students are spending their times usefully or whether they do the same stuff in the BBA class and then come into the MBA program and do it with more dramatic professors like me. Okay, the same stuff is getting learned in the BBA program as well as in the MBA program, the same textbooks and so on. So we have certain things that we need to look at. Now, we need to start looking at taking away the minima potential. Where can we reach potential? I think both Professor Sonde and Professor Kurchadkar have emphasized that. How do we move away from this debate of the minima to what we can achieve to our potential, our true potential? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bala. Let's get a perspective from industry. I'll request Pandurang Kamath to give his.
I was hoping for a little more. Okay, hoping for a little more breathing room before it came to me. But let me start by making a few different points. First of all, I know very little about the way things are being actually regulated or not in by these agencies. What I do know is my experience as a student here in the Indian university system, some experience from US university systems, and then as part of the industry here for the last 3 years, I'm one of the consumers of the output that is produced by this education system. So the first thing I would like to say is, what Dr. Kurchadkar mentioned earlier, is that the state of the output is not very good. Actually, the 80-20 numbers that he mentioned, what we are seeing on the front lines of hiring in computer science and other branches as well, is actually a much more abysmal number. I just spoke to our head of talent acquisition this morning to get some perspective. So we give a aptitude test and a programming test to the students to screen the fresh graduates, right? 50% is the passing percentage in that. 25% would be the maximum number that typically pass this. Typically it's between 20 to 25%. Let's take 25%. These 25% then are subjected to a technical interview, 2 rounds of interviews actually. About 10% of those make it through. We are down to 2.5% of the original 100 that we started. These people are then told to, because there are gaps. We are very liberal in saying that they pass these interviews. So they are also given an opportunity saying you pick a language of your choice and here's all of persistence training material available to you. Study this for the next month then come back and answer a my passion challenge, as we call it, which is a programming subjective and objective test. We would be lucky if about 50–60% of them clear this. So if you do all the conversion ratios, we are down to about 1.5%, if we are lucky, of the original 100 we screened. That has been the consistent result, not just in Goa and surrounding colleges, but pan-India for persistent. So clearly something needs to change there. But I also believe that today education is being, the second point which I wanted to make, right, is that education is being disrupted dramatically, especially in computer science, but in other fields as well. Basic education is also being disrupted. You've all heard about Coursera, Udacity, and all these other institutes, right? The other day, last week actually, I was asked to give a talk on Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. My learning for all of that came from videos on YouTube, videos on Coursera, and articles that were written by people who were not necessarily faculty members. I'm currently enrolled in a machine learning course on Coursera taught by a Stanford professor, right, and a cryptocurrency course being taught by Princeton professors. Right? I may not necessarily be able to devote enough time or even pass those, but the point is I don't need to be either financially able or being in US or being in some other country to take this education. And this is disrupting universities across the world, not just in the US. So there are no more eklavas and karnas in many of these. You don't have to be outside the classroom door and not get the education. So we have to also question how much of this bad state of the output is on the students themselves, on how much they are willing to learn, even if they are being taught correctly or not. But the universities should understand that if they don't react to this change and adopt, that they will eventually, what is happening to say what happened to Circuit City and Blockbuster when Netflix and these online Amazon came along. The same thing would happen to institutions all over the world if you don't adopt to this change and take some of the best practices in terms of adjusting the regulation and control. And thirdly, I absolutely agree with what Dr. Kutsarkar said earlier in his talk, which is around the industry academia participation, and to a large extent it is on paper, but hopefully things are changing. Every major IT company in India today is having almost their own university in training people, right? But they're also finding that that's an ineffective way of doing things, so they are reaching out to the universities now the other way around to collaborate at the education level itself. And this is something the regulators have to be conscious and allow with oversight to make it to solve some of that scale problem that Dr. Kutsarkar mentioned. In the end, we all want to educate those 50 lakh, 60 lakh people, right? And there's not nearly enough faculty members. So this participation has to happen. And I'd like to end on saying that, at least so education can be regulated, not, and debated, but learning doesn't stop at the university's boundaries. So at Persistent, for example, we all have to continually learn every year, right? 20 credit points, which is roughly 4 different courses I have to take every year as a bare minimum hygiene. And that goes from our CEO down to the junior most engineer. And this is in addition to the courses that I just talked about that I'm taking outside. So learning doesn't have to end at the university boundary, and learning cannot necessarily be regulated. It will always find its own level. So the best learning courses in Coursera, Udacity, and others are really enabling that democratization and breaking the boundaries of the ivory towers, so to speak. So that's all I had to say. I'm not sure how much of this was relevant or useful, but given as from the other end of the view, this is the perspective that I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're talking. Very seriously think about how to learn on a longer term basis. I request Professor Reddy to now give his views.
Professor Kutsarkar, other panel members, Professor Sonde, and other participants. The question here is whether regulation is required or not required. the question arises, which institution should be regulated, which institution should not be regulated. See, we have all sorts of institutions, from the best institutions in the country like IITs, IIMs, to central universities, state universities, and private universities, private colleges. So we have a whole lot of institutions in the country. Definitely, self-regulation is the best regulation, as Professor Kurcharkar advocates, but that is not possible in all types of institutions. In IIT, definitely no need to look at that, because they have proved themselves. Each teacher, no, or the board takes decisions, and also they have an advantage of the best talent that they get. When we talk about quality, as Professor said, it largely depends upon the input, what you are getting, how much you can polish them, and how can colleges, same kind of input we can't expect, same kind of quality we can't expect. Okay, well, when it comes to regulation, as Professor Bala was telling, it ensures the minimum requirements. As Professor Sonde was telling, we are also partly regulating colleges through affiliation system. Okay, when we go there, we look for the basic infrastructure, the minimum required faculties, labs, etc., etc., etc. Then AIC will go on put the conditions. See, in a large scale, privatization has taken place in the country. Unless some minimum criteria is put in place, we can't even ensure what quality that we are talking about in those institutions in the absence of self-regulation. If we go with an assumption that self-regulation is the best, everybody should be aware of, be accountable, it is not possible. As Professor Sonde was telling, we have SEBI, we have RBI. Imagine the situation, there is no SEBI, there is no RBI. How much of financial frauds that can take place? How these brokers can loot the gullible investors on day-to-day basis? So unless some minimum criteria is set, an orderly system cannot work. Well, if everybody is self-regulated, if every institution is of that standard, there is no need for regulation. I feel some amount of regulation is required. Having said, the question is criteria. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 criteria that you are mentioning, some of the principals raised that this is not possible in an affiliated college, this is not possible, this university has to do, this has to be done by somebody. When it comes to college level, this is not possible because PhDs are not available, this is not possible because MTechs are not available, we have to compromise. See, you have all excuses. You have all excuses because we don't have autonomy for framing the syllabus. That is not possible at the college level. Okay, since PhDs are not available, we cannot ensure of minimum faculties with these qualifications. So you have all excuses when it comes to meeting the minimum requirements. Well, when it comes to managements, a good management which would like to build a good institution will never look at NAAC or AICTE minimum requirements and stop there. You are expected to go beyond that. No management can say that AICTE is saying this much, I am providing this much, you work this way. Management which is committed for education definitely go beyond the minimum criteria that is mentioned, whether it is infrastructure or faculty or whatever it may be. But there are practical problems. In view of these practical problems of non-availability of faculty, qualified faculty, or other problems, we need to closely look at what criteria we are suggesting for NAAC accreditation or NBA accreditation, or when we go for affiliation inquiry. what we should look for. Again, because of the diversity, because of the ranging from the highest to the lowest, coming out with a common criteria is very difficult task. Any criteria that you list, then immediately one will stand up. No, this is not possible. This is not possible. So, because of the diversity of the institutions, any effort that is made in identifying the common criteria to accredit an institution will be again questioned. So, in view of this, I think we need to closely look at the basically, as the principal was telling, criteria for judging an institution. Definitely an institution which meets the minimum requirements only will be able to get even these private rankings also. Even Professor Bala was mentioning, students will not look at NBA ranking or NAAC ranking. They look at Times of India ranking or some other ranking. But even to figure there, you need to have some basic requirement, basic stuff. Okay. So what is that basic requirements to be a good college? Before becoming excellent, what are the basic requirements to become a good college? We need to closely look at, I advise, we need to closely look at the criteria, which is possible, which is not possible, which we should insist upon the university, not the college, which we should insist upon the college. I think if we come out with that kind of criteria, it will be more realistic than developing a common criteria, applying to the lowest, the new college with a 5 years existence, a 20 years existence, and 50 years existence. That's what I feel. Thank you, sir.
To give his views now, he comes again from the industry background, CII.
Hi, been a long day. I've been around this scene for about 35 years. I know what is happening. I would like to talk only about quality in education. I don't care whether it comes because of a regulator, without a regulator. It is immaterial, because a regulator, generally, like most of my bureaucrat friends tell me, they can tell you what not to do. It never says what you should do. Law is like that. So what you can do is what will make quality. A regulator doesn't make quality. That's my feeling. You make quality. Now, how do we go about making quality? Given the reality, don't tell me that the square meterage is small, the air ventilation is less, so chodo Wi-Fi nahi hai, sab, that's all normal. We live in India, okay? We have come a long way. I want to go a very long way. The first problem which I want to put, first fact which I want to tell you all, which is something I meet at every gathering, be it in the remotest college or the remotest school or at an IIT or at an IIM. The first blame is put on the head of the student, and we say, what is the quality of input you get nowadays? How we were so good when we were young. Now look at it. 25,000 students out of 22 million students each year get into premier institutions, be they AIMS, IITs, premier institutions. What you all get is after that. At 0.1%, These students generally, if you take a distribution, should be having an IQ level above 150. A good engineer can manage with an IQ of 110. In Goa, I think about 1,000 students go for engineering, plus another 150, 200 go to medical. 1,200 students out of 22,000. Even if you get the last dreg, I think he is well above an IQ of 115, and that is bloody bright. So first of all, stop giving yourself the shield that my students are bad. They are not bad. They are good. Okay. Now let us see how do we go about making quality? If you sit through another 100 conferences in India or abroad, you will never find an agreement of two educationists on what is quality. First of all, if you say it is NAAC rating, the cynical will say, "Arey, it is all you scratch my back, I scratch your back." If you say it is NBA rating, big boss is here, so I will not talk about that. If you talk about my faculty has so many papers, we just heard about it, and citations. The next thing is patents. My college has registered 100 patents. How many have been bought by anybody? Nada. CSIR has registered, if I'm not mistaken, some 50,000 patents. Because we raised the goalpost, we shifted the goalpost from papers to papers with accreditation and what you call good paper, good magazines or journals. Then we said citations, then we said patents. So we have 50,000 plus patents in India, but this vast country has yet to produce a global quality product on the world market. Don't tell me about the Infis, the Wipros, the TCS, all bloody body shopping, nothing else. So we have not put one global quality product on the world market. But are we bad? No. Our kids are as brilliant as the ones outside. What makes the difference? So we say, okay, I cannot come to a quality agreement on what is quality, then how do I improve the quality? So let me make an attempt as to how do I improve this quality. You, not me. You are the domain expert in teaching. One could be that an organization that offers a product but bars its customer from giving advice or even guiding it. This is a very unique organization, and that is called education. Our friend Dr. The gentleman, Atomic Energy, Kakodkar committee said a good institution would generally have about 50% people of the board coming from industry and R&D institutions. I sit on the board of NIT in Goa. I'm the only industry member. Lucky for us, we have two great R&D people, one Dr. Atre and one my friend Kota Harinarayan. But industry, there's a sole one. I am genuinely doubtful whether you have any industry members of that nature on your boards, because most of your people are looking for employment, aren't they? The few who are left over without a job may, pardon my saying so, will go do a master's and doctorate and then become a faculty member. I'm not saying this out of any, the recent survey of teachers that was done all over the country, 50%, 30% of the teachers said, I chose the profession because it was Tina. There was no alternative. 30% said, my family told me to choose it because they found there was no alternative. And of the 30% that chose it, 50% of those said that the timings are beautiful, it is low pressure job. So roughly we have only 15% of the teachers who are teaching today are really thinking like maybe, I don't know who's the example to give. Should I say Dronacharya? He was very selfish. He says, I'll teach your kids as long as they help me to get my dues back. Okay. So what is it? Make your own plan. Talk to the industry. Get the industry members on your board to help you change your thing. Use MOOC. It is freely available. There is a reluctance to use MOOC today because I don't know why. I can as well use the MOOC lecture and make my lecture a part of that. So it is for you to find out how to improve quality in education. No regulator, nobody will do it. Attending conferences will never do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll request Vinayak Sheth to give his views.
So, Chairman of this session, Professor Kurcherkar, Professor Sonde, all delegates. Yes, we know that India is a country of diversity, and everybody thinks that how to meet the minimum requirement because the line below which need to be maintained. After that, he never thinks. So that is a constraint because most of the new educationists are not visionaries. Of course, Professor Kurcherkar mentioned that Dhirubhai Ambani and petroleum, they are only few to name because most of the very rarely institution of such caliber and standard who has set their own standards. Of course, even we can see now Nirma Institute. Some of the institutes have come with very high caliber. Apart from, of course, we know that government-run IITs and NITs. But this may not happen in the degree institutions, which is run by maybe even government as well as the private. Because everybody just think that they start an institution and just run with minimum facility because quality is not a major factor. So under that circumstance, there need to be a regulatory which should ensure that minimum standard has to be set, and they have been reprimanded to set the standard high quality. We have got AICTE. AICTE at the start of the institutions, they give that they will verify the facility and other things, they give approval, and every year the latest information has to be filled on the AICTE website. The only authority who will be direct contact is the university. That means UGC, but UGC is acting through the university under which they have been affiliated. So university should be more authoritative, and they have to see that the institutional capability or minimum requirement has to be enhanced, because they should not say that okay, you are satisfied. No, the standard has to be, the good quality and the standard has to be only by the local university, so that it can improve a lot. Now, after that only comes what is called the NBA and NAAC. That will come into so recognition. Of course, over the year, recognition should be only the factor, rather than the all regulatory authorities. Then about the component of research. Now NBA is just putting that how much is the research, what is the publication, how much is the testing and consultancy, what is the revenue generated, earned. That is once again putting a lot of pressure because that component 60 marks, 70 marks. But many, even we have seen, except civil engineering department in all the country, no other department is able to earn a single rupee. But then virtually it does not mean that there is no research component testing. It is meager because you say that minimum per year should be 10 lakh, which is not at all possible anywhere. So regulation should be said that it has to give a booster to the quality rather than a shortcoming. Now, of course, the publication, I do agree with Professor Balasubramaniam. You expect that publications, patents, which is hardly to come, and many times we just see that it is a paid your publication just for 1,500 and 2,000, you can just call a international journal so and so. So this becomes a market. It is just like a ruining the whole scenario. That should not be the case, because everybody, whenever you go, there will be 10 publications. He claims to be international, but when you verify, it is all so-called created international journals. So, looking into the whole prospect, there need to be proper regulation, and mandatory regulation has to be adopted, because, of course, see, regulation does not mean that each and everybody has to be, because if I'm above the regulation, there is nothing to worry. And it has to be made that we have to provide the facility. Even I have seen many colleges, if the university specifies the 10 experiment, there is no 11th experiment. They say that university says 10. That's all. Why you have to stop with the number 10 or whatever is specified by the university? You have to go beyond and see that more and more facility has been provided for the students, so that high quality education can be. But here in this case, in the name of, there were looking to the ourselves, because finally, as Shri Anil Kher has mentioned, that yes, even I feel that most of the teachers have come into the teaching profession by chance rather than choice. So, but the moment you in the teaching professional, please ensure that you are doing your profession in a better manner, because there is, once you have decided to be part of a teacher, you have to contribute a lot, and that has to come from each and every teachers. And regulatory, 1 minute. Regulatory is, because once again I wish that, because Professor Kurchirkar has mentioned that autonomous is one of the solution. Yes, but then to become autonomous, you should have your caliber and the level at which you should have reached, because everybody cannot be autonomous institutions. So that means if you have risen to the certain standard, you can become autonomous. That means you have to because as mentioned, you have to become autonomous. That means you have to raise your standard and make your institution as an autonomous, so that you can decide the destiny, that quality, requirement, education standard can be upgraded. And we are all here, our whole effort is to see that the quality of education reaches, and every time, whether it comes of the syllabus, whether it comes of the laboratory practice, or a methodology of the teaching has to be improved, including the proper training, because when it comes for the high school, they have got a proper training methodology, but when it comes to engineering, there is no formal training at all. So that has to be put into place, and of course we are also in this effort, and I'm once again thank you for giving opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor. Venkatesh, you have the last word of this session.
In the morning I started, so I'm the last one also. Okay, so let me look at this particular problem that we are saying, that so much of fake research, plagiarized research coming up. Many, I finished my PhD in '97, and when I came back, I was looking for a PhD students, and no one was even thinking of doing PhD, right? I had to wait till 2007 looking for a PhD student. In fact, I was consulting an industry, okay, and where I motivated one of the students to come and do PhD, because she seemed to be interested in, not interested in PhD per se, but she was interested in research. It took me almost 10 years to get a PhD student. And then what do I see from 2008 onwards? I see so many people looking for a PhD guide. Now, why this change has happened? Regulators, right? Now, UGC says that PhD is a must. AICTE says that PhD is a must. Now, by hook and crook, get this PhD. Doesn't matter where you want to go, how you want to do it. I wanted PhD yesterday, right? This is the kind of demand that we have. In the recent PhD admissions, there were 33 applications. Okay. So now this has happened because somebody is insisting on publication, and that's why you are getting all the crap, right? So I think when you put this criteria, right, as somebody said, changing the goalpost, I mean, you see, when you define something, everybody tries to meet that as a minimum requirement. I think that is one of the problems. Now, in the morning, Professor Seth was saying about, is university following the norms of 75%? I give open challenge to my students, please don't come to the class. If you can manage and learn on your own, I would be more than happy. But I also make sure that what I teach is what I ask in the examination paper, and I have that autonomy of asking what I have taught, which autonomy the engineering colleges are missing, right? And that's the reason why they don't find attending a class necessary, but you force them into the class by showing them 75% of attendance rule. If you were here for Professor Phatak's talk that he gave during Foundation Day, he was very categorical, saying that each engineering college should strive for autonomy, right? I mean, Professor Kutcherkar mentioned that why not in the next 2 years you ask for autonomy. I do not see why engineering college, which is one of the oldest institutions in the state, has still not gone for autonomy, right? See, there is some amount of fear in the minds of the stakeholders that that autonomy would mean something at loss, right? I don't know. Autonomy gives you the freedom, but also along with that comes the responsibility. I think you should be prepared for that. Any regulatory body, I see a master-slave relationship. I mean, whatever, I mean, it's, sorry to say that, right? University also, when it comes to AIC visit and affiliating body, it takes that master-slave relationship, it starts dictating terms, and I have seen by being on various bodies, when I go as a NAAC accreditor, I have a different role to play, and I ask for things at an institution which I don't have in my own institution, right? So I think this master-slave relationship that gets developed in a regulatory mechanism, right, I think needs to be looked at carefully. Rather than that master-slave, I think we should have a peer kind of an evaluation. I don't see any reason why engineering college faculty can peer review my teaching, my courses, my credits. The way we have designed our MTech program has been different from most of the MTech programs run in the normal engineering colleges, because we have fashioned it on the lines of an MS by research program. And the argument was, and we didn't call it MS because that was not the degree which was listed as per the UGC norms. Otherwise, what I would have called it MS by research or MSc by engineering, which is run by the IIC, Indian Institute of Science. But because of this UGC norm, we called it MTech. But we kept the courses minimum, the reason being they should get time to do research. Research is a very slow process. It takes long time for somebody to identify a problem, to identify the area, to understand the area. It takes time, right? By putting more courses and doing over teaching, as Professor mentioned, right, it doesn't help them to learn on their own, and that's exactly what the industry is expecting. They will give you the resource material, right, and they will expect you that at the end of 2 days or 3 days you learn, and now you demonstrate that you have learned, right? I think this is the challenge that we have, and we need to gear up to, if we have to make our students employable, then we have to give these challenges to our students. Then only the industry will be ready to hire them. Otherwise, we have this same problem, is something that did not get sold in the industry is coming back and getting into the teaching, right? So I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My own experience tells me, because I was at IITs and then 2 other private institutions in Gujarat, where they were not non-IIT. The quality of the students on the average was very good. So we have tremendous talent, motivated students in very large numbers. That is not an excuse at all. Research and teaching are complementary. You cannot dissociate research from teaching. They feed on each other. Therefore, research is essential for every faculty member to be involved in. Now you may say basic research so-called, or India-specific research so-called, or developmental research so-called. As long as you are involved in exploration and research, you bring something new to the table. Today, every information is available. We talked about, Pandurang talked about Coursera. I tried to take machine learning from that Chinese guy. Superb teacher. One of the best teachers I've seen. So, but I couldn't cope up with all the homework and all that at this stage. Because I give homework, I don't do homework. So I'm very comfortable with that. Okay. But the quality of material that is available from Coursera, from EDX, from NPTEL, India, is phenomenal. And I think you can do a lot of self-learning. So how do we now condition ourselves to continuously self-learn? People talked about quality. People talk about criteria. I think there is lots on the table. Therefore, what we'll do now is to throw the whole thing to you for your questions. So let's have questions.
So very good evening. I am Dr. Raghavan from RIT. I have a few more questions, so please excuse me. And moreover, this is the first time I am visiting Goa University. So if I ask anything wrong, please excuse in that also. The first question I want to ask to our Honorable Chairman, Professor Sunday. Sir, I would need a clarity about 2F and 3 Act, UGC Act 2F and 3.
Yeah, these two parts of the Act are already well known the last 50 years or so, and you can easily find them on the UGC website. However, I might give an illustration. If has to satisfy, every institution has to satisfy the minimum standards laid down for a higher education providing institute. Either it is a college or a university. What are the requirements? They are not spelled out.
Yes,
and it has to satisfy. And the 2F is what we call section number 2F.
Okay.
In section number 2F, it is section 3 is another section which has been specially introduced by UGC to ensure that good institutions who have been performing with a lot of good work being done and who are reputed in their own line, they can be considered to be given the university.
That is deemed to be university.
Is it deemed university?
Yeah.
So what are the things that are required for are part of that section 3
Yes,
of the UGC Act?
Yes, sir. It's very clear. Why I am asking this particular question? Because previously I worked in Chennai, one of the private university. They are under UGC Act 3.
Yeah, because it's a deemed university.
Yes, deemed to be university.
Yes.
So one of the students are completed a PG degree from Act 2F.
Yes.
I don't want to mention the university name. While they are coming to this admission for PhD program, they are not accepting the degree.
No, should not. Because when you are having.
Can I request that the specific thing
yeah.
you can discuss later?
Yes.
You can contact me. I will tell you.
Okay. Sir.
You can discuss with me after the event.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Yeah.
We should give opportunity.
Okay. Okay. Sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You have any other?
Yes, sir. I have a few more questions also.
Okay.
Only one more. Only one more.
Very quick to the panelists.
To him only, sir.
No, to him. May I request you to do it later?
Okay.
Yeah, because we are now talking about panel discussion
Okay,
and the
sir.
points that raised by the panelists.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Questions?
So hello everyone. So I have a couple of questions with me, and this are asked by different participants which have gathered here. So this is regarding the MTech course. So the question here is, why did the eminent personalities not raise questions about the MTech program when it was started in the academic council, and are now questioning the standards after the students have spent 2 years and they have valuable time to it?
I can only tell you about. See, those who do not know the process, how the new course gets started, right? So a proposal goes to an academic council, right? And academic council then reviews the proposal and comes with some recommendation. And it goes through several, it doesn't happen in one go sometimes. It goes to 2 or 3 sittings of academic council. And once it is approved, then the ordinances are framed. Again, those ordinances go through several revision before it is sent to the governor for approval. So the whole process takes minimum 5 to 6 months, right? In this case, we got it done in 3 months, but that's because we had to really slog it out. But in the academic council, there is the representation by the dean engineering, right? See, dean engineering is a member of the academic. Reddy, can you confirm on that? Yeah. So dean engineering is a member, is an ex officio member of the academic council, right? So the question that's asked is, when this came for discussion in the academic council, why these issues were not discussed then? Why this is being asked now after 2 years when the students have graduated, right? This proposal itself could have been shot down at that stage, asking many of these questions that are being asked now.
May I request you to raise issues connected with what the panelists have raised? Would you please? Because then whatever you want to discuss about your specific issue can be discussed with the individual later. Please. You mean all your questions are related to that?
No, these are the questions that were collected in the question box.
Oh, but so can you sieve through it quickly and
we had to short circuit one session.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunate, very unfortunate. But may I request you to sort of very quickly sieve through.
So somebody else, if they have a question, I think while this talking process is on, somebody else, if they have a question,
Yeah.
Peer evaluation over the master state evaluation. Since Goa, it's a very small state, and most of the engineering faculty are always in touch with each other, and it's a small community. I think there can be a panel which does peer-to-peer evaluation of the engineering colleges, and all are brought up to the top level. So I like that suggestion, and maybe you could work on making it a reality. Thank you. Yeah, provided all the peers are on the same page, all should, yeah.
Would there be no cross-pollination then? A good institution like BITS Pilani benchmarks its syllabus, teaching practices, examination practices, answer evaluations against an MIT, Imperial College of Singapore University. So when you try and benchmark, don't benchmark against all around. Look for something good. Just a suggestion.
No, again I'm talking about the minimum requirement, which would be higher than the requirements put by an all India body.
I don't think you should focus on the minima because that is very dicey.
So that is true. So I think every institution at an individual level is focusing on the maxima. But when you look at all together, then you need a minimum. But at individual level, everyone
I'm
is
not
trying.
convinced we could argue about this after that.
Okay. Any?
faculty.
Yeah, so we have so many universities, like 700 universities in India, and all are regulated by some or the other technical education. But none of the university comes in top 100, world ranking of the university list. So even
In India, none of the universities are in the top 200.
not even, I mean, forget about IITs.
Forget 100, 200.
Forget about IITs,
No,
NITs.
yeah.
Then I guess none of the university come in 1,000, the ranking of 1,000.
Yeah, the question is why?
Yeah. So we have so many regulating agencies that they have failed to, generate the quality of here, quality of the university.
Yeah, I think all of us, if I were to respond, all of us in the academia have been trying to debate and ask this question to ourselves. Why is it that so-called premier institutions do not figure in the top 200? And we have excellent students, but as somebody mentioned, we have excellent undergrads, and they've gone all over the world and proved themselves. You take any institution, not necessarily IITs, a lot of institutions, even NITs, BITS Pilani, that Pilani, and of course Institute of Science, IITs, and other institutions, private institutions, people have gone abroad and have done remarkably well. So they have proved themselves. The question is research. Also, I put a little question mark on the entire evaluation process. If you look at the percentage points allotted, they may not be the ones that we emphasize. So I will take the world evaluation with a little bit of a pinch of salt, but it is true that we need to do much better than what we are doing now. We are very good quality students. Are we challenging them enough? Are we getting the best out of them? Are we getting the best out of the faculty? Are our managerial procedures, processes good enough to get the best out of the faculty and students? I have a question mark there. So I think we're searching ourselves, and maybe in the next 5 years, we should be doing much, much better than what we are doing today. Have any other inputs to this?
From the industry side, we have two offers to make. If you want to improve yourself, the CII and my company has put up a Goa University alumni survey. It's faffing on the net for the last 8 months with hardly 180 graduates registering. It's a survey, it's a feedback started with consultation with the Goa University. It tracks a student when he walks out, it tracks his earning and his job responsibilities and how does his career grow. Maybe there would be learning in that. If he is doing a particular course on Coursera and then his salary jumps, that would be learning for you how to make it better. It also asked him whether how many subjects that I learned had no value in my career. How many subjects that I should have learned would have added value to my career. It's a 5-minute survey. You can type Goa University Alumni Survey and you will go to the site, or you can go to https learningoutcomes.in. The second thing what me and my friends are doing, my other company is Learning Outcomes, because we focus on that. We work largely in schools and now also higher education. We will sponsor a prize of 1 lakh rupees for the best project. The project has to have proof of concept stage when in sight. 2, it must be original thought which is going to add value to this worldwide community of ours. And we would expect a due backup of the state of art prevailing in the world. So don't come and tell me that I have invented the wheel, because that was done. And we want to raise the ante. From 1 we can go even higher, but there is a penalty clause there. All the projects will come duly sponsored by their faculty. And if a project is trashed by the professional panel, the faculty will also stand there and take it. I was party to a similar exercise at one of the colleges in Goa, and I had, with great sadness in my heart, I had to tell him that, boy, this is very nice. I would have kissed you and hugged you if you were a fifth standard student, but sadly you're an engineering graduate. So please do something. That is what I'm picking up from him. We are challenging you to give vent to your innovative capability and your ability to guide them. Take it.
Sir,
Yeah. Please.
there's one more question. It is rather difficult for a young department to attain a benchmark level. So, is there any way there could be an incentive-based regulation that is possible? Incentive-based regulation, where you have criteria that you design, you qualify on those criteria, then you increase it, and then you have attain your benchmark. Is that a viable solution?
You mean to say a gradual leap up to the. Okay, I see two or three problems. The problem is if the department or the program improves after 5 years, what happens to those who studied in between? You know, the people on whom you are experimenting. Yeah, therefore, no. Therefore, I'm not trashing the minima which is being specified. See, for example, if you need to start a business school, you need 6 professors to start with and a director. That is a minimum with which you can start. Therefore, is that minimum required? Or most certainly that is required. Okay, but should we only focus on 60 by 15 into 2 into number of sections continuously? That's where I have a problem. Okay, so most certainly you need to have these minimum to start with. A minimum amount of facilities, minimum amount of labs, or minimum amount of computers, and so on. But we get into ridiculous situations. Okay, even today, the AICTE insists on you spending money on desktops. Okay, to buy desktops which are stationary, which you can't carry around, when most people have more computing power on this than on a desktop. I mean, this is very ridiculous. I mean, this is so retrograde kind of a regulation. And people spend money to buy dabbas to put it up for AICTE inspections. If you don't put up those dabbas, you don't go through. It's as simple as that. So, are you saying should those minima be realistic? I think yes. Should it be current? I think yes. We should get rid of all those stuff. I mean, to say that you need one LCD projector in a classroom is ridiculous. Most of us should be putting 2 LCDs so that students don't have to do this. It should be right up there. I mean, you shouldn't have regulations saying, there should be an LCD projector in the class. I mean, where are we living? In what world are we living in? Okay. I think this debate about these minima is quite a dicey thing. So, I fully agree that are you suggesting that we should increase? I am saying after 10, 12 years, the regulators should not even turn around and look at those institutions. They should allow them to grow because it is in the initial years that you need hand-holding. It is the initial year when the peer group should come. It is the initial years that there should be more frequent visits. After that, 10, 12 years, 15 years, they have proved themselves. Leave them alone. Don't make them waste time punching in all the names of all the students, thumb impression of the teachers, and PAN card of the teachers, and mugshots of the teachers. What are we talking about? I mean, this is ridiculous. So, I'm saying, after some time, don't even regulate. Let the market take over.
ISP is not recognized by AICTE.
I have a question actually for the panelists, right? So especially the education side of the panel. So, short of unlimited money,
to hire the best professors in the world kind of thing. What would it take? We talk about autonomy, right? What would you do differently? There are tons of autonomous colleges and universities today, and as he was pointing out, none of them make it to the top. So autonomy clearly is not just the only solution that's going to take care of everything. And all of the regulations we've been talking about, which are arbitrary and odd, they are not the ones hindering the quality aspect of the education, other than spending resources and time a little bit towards that. So what are we missing that you think that as faculty and as administrators of universities and colleges, what would you do differently if given a more freer hand, specifically, that you think would change the trajectory here?
See, with regard to world rankings, as I was mentioning, we have to look at the criteria that they are using for ranking. We are not able to figure there because of that criteria. So we have to work on those criteria to figure in there, or they must consider the ground reality here, our strengths, and then put us in the ranking. So either way it should happen to figure in. So unless we meet their criteria, we don't figure in top 50 or top 15 like that.
This is like saying, tell me how many publications I require in order to become a professor. It's the same thing. Why somebody should...
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is slightly different. I think once you have autonomy, you have freedom on defining the curriculum, which you think your faculty thinks is the most ideal. You have the freedom to interact and take industry as partner in evolving the curriculum, and I think it's very important to do that. Number three is you teach, you evaluate, so you automatically mature yourself and people trust you because everything is transparent. There is very little cheating possible. So what the autonomy enables to do is a continuous improvement. I'm not even talking about the benchmarking, the best universities in India. Forget that. Number four is your faculty has to network with the other institutions in India. Where is research being done? So there is a feedback system in the networking process. Your library is the numbers of 21,000, 25,000 books is ancient today. It's a digitized situation. I should be able to access the Institute of Science finest library. Any student should be able to do that. So autonomy enables you to define your own criteria and gives you a breather. But I said responsibility and accountability, right? So there are checks and balances. So that is what I think the board has to be constituted very properly so that there is an equal distribution and the board has the highest standards in mind. So there are umpteen parameters one has to look into so that you can continuously improve yourself.
In one line, his question was, what is that you think? We, in spite of having autonomy, we don't seem to be doing what we, to come into this top 100 or 200. Yeah, but I think there is a serious problem. I think we have, as I think Sam Petroda or somebody said, we have too much of regulation and little governance. We have a serious issue of governance, right? And what I have often seen is what many of the teachers in engineering colleges, they are actually doing babugiri. I mean, they have been put into a lot of clerical activity. There is little time to do new learning, teaching new courses. I see very funny thing when somebody who enters teaching profession is given two courses to teach. He finds it very difficult to go and stand in front of 60 students and teach. Right? He has graduated last year and you put him into water and ask him to teach, how do you expect him to teach? Right? And he thinks that that's the only way because he has seen only that. They have not seen good teaching. They have not been exposed to good programs. They have only seen fraudulent research, right? I see somebody going here, there. They think that that's the way. They don't know it. Even at the national level, what are the best conferences? Some college puts a poster saying that I'm holding a conference. They think that submitting a paper there, he has made it. That's the problem. Today's youngsters who are entering into teaching profession, they are neglecting teaching because they know that their promotion will come out of research. They are neither doing good research nor good teaching. This is unfortunate thing.
Yeah, one thing is that autonomous, it has an advantage and disadvantage. Advantage that you can have a good freedom, good system in place, and you can utilize. But it should not go in the wrong way. That means I am teaching, it should not happen that whatever I know I am going to teach and ask. So that is just checks and because that's what, because it has to be properly taken care, because the moment autonomous it cannot be. So at the end, institution, because whole institution has to work out to see that quality and then has to be maintained to the highest standard.
I'm trying to provoke you all, but you're not getting provoked at all. To me, autonomy, the best thing about autonomy is that the buck will stop at the gate of the college. Today, if you say, why is education bad? You say, university, board of studies, poor curriculum, somebody else sets the paper, what to do. Once you are autonomous, at least you will own up to what you are delivering.
Anybody?
We got approved. 2 years back, we got approved the statute of autonomy and invited colleges. And only one college came forward and they got it and started from this academic year. Though we have got around 60 colleges, the 50 years of standing. In fact, informally they were told to apply also, but nobody is coming forward. That is the situation in Goa.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I just listened to the whole day's proceedings, and I have realized one thing. There was a little bit of difficulty in putting up the title of the seminar, and I think the registrar actually mentioned some few points why it was done that way. It looks like we are not able to understand that we should talk frankly. If you have a problem, you should put up the problem straightforward. Why do you hide behind something? That's the first point. Second thing, if your students are doing a very good course, I'm sure all of them are going to get very good placements. They're going to go into very good colleges. If they're going to get very good colleges as their PhDs, why should they come into a low-grade college and become faculty members? I don't understand why you have to organize this seminar and tell them and tell all of us that we have to actually get them to become faculty in some engineering college, which is themselves not following the, or up to the level of 1,000 in the world. Why are we debating about all this? Whole day we came over here and we listened to all this. At the end of the day, we still can't understand why are these students supposed to be going to become faculty members over there in engineering colleges, which are not even worth talking about. We say they're not at all good. Don't they deserve to do better than that? Thank you.
Yes, what you say is right, and some of them are obviously going to a better institutions, but those who are not able to go and for some reason or the other, right, they want to stay back, this option is not offered to them is what we are debating, and this is not their fault. This is not their fault, right?
Let you know also that despite all the regulations, whether AICTE, NBA, what regulation, education has become business today. Reality. Even the traditional classroom setup is changing, more courses coming up. What will happen course of time? Those who can deliver can survive. That's reality. Just like Doordarshan has gone, same thing like government institution will go, private institution will also go. What is happening today, most of the colleges started closing down. They can't deliver. Despite all regulation, regulation at the institution level can play a role. Right? Given this, regulation is not required. It's going to self-regulation, as you were saying, sir, very important. That's going to take the institution forward, department forward, actually, at the end of the day. To answer the question the gentleman was asking here is, yes, what you are saying is right. We are seeking for clarification. What went wrong? It's better that we have a discussion, get opinion experts to take corrective action in case went wrong. It is not to someone to invite them to be part of it if he is not interested to be part of that. Thank you very much.
If I may just, no, I'm responding to your earlier observation, sir. One, I think every student has the right to have all options open. Okay, so from that perspective, whether he is wanting to work in a quote unquote poor college or whether he wants to go and teach in MIT is not the issue. The issue is the choice. Okay, and the choice has to necessarily be open. So that's the first thing. Second thing is choice of a career or a job is not determined only by the capabilities of the student. There are family reasons. There are reasons why women can't go out of their immediate places where parents don't allow. Those are realities of our country. Okay, so sometimes these choices are forced on students not because of their capability but because of the social milieu from which they are. So any student who has that blocked off is a travesty of justice. So from that perspective, I think you should please appreciate the point. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I definitely agree with you, sir. Just want to make one small suggestion. If Professor Kamath would agree to this, I think after the end of the tea break, we had Professor Abhyankar putting up very succinctly, 3 points, and in those 3 points, he actually mentioned about actual regulations that are there. Now, why are we not understanding that they are there, and we have to follow those regulations? Simple as it. As he also said, in Pune University, they had this problem. They sorted out a problem. Let's sort it out. Why can't we sort it out? Why do we have to do anything more? Thank you.
Till yesterday, I didn't know this regulation, which UGC has issued. Neither did my registrar. In fact, we had a dinner yesterday, so registrar said he was also surprised. In fact, he also confessed that he has not seen. And my students during the break were trying to search this on the net, right? And they could not locate it. But I certainly believe what Professor Abhyankar says must be true. And we need to find out. But I don't see any reason. So I'm open for corrections. See what we are. So I didn't know till yesterday that this circular was there. Nobody in the university knew about this. So if I have come to know yesterday, give me some time to correct myself.
Yeah,
right?
I'm very sorry, sir. Don't take it personally, sir.
No.
It's just that I thought Professor Abhyankar is known to you.
No.
I didn't know that.
I invited him here.
Yes.
Because I was aware how Pune University was struggling. Okay. Do you know that in Pune University, they have maximum number of engineering colleges affiliated to one university? And there were only 3 or 4 guides who are recognized by the university for PhD. And this is where Persistent came in. They had more number of PhDs in Persistent than the guides in the Pune University. And that's how the university, that's how the industry has played a vital role. In fact, I invited him to discuss that particular model that they have evolved. Right?
Okay. Let me apologize. I actually did not know this particular point, so I'm very sorry. Thank you.
No, but I think that's okay to raise issues. The question is,
today XYZ comes with certain regulation, right? It's very easy in quotes, to follow that, right? You go through all the process of establishing Faculty of Technology in Goa University tomorrow, and put all the technologists in that category. The problem is solved today. There could be another regulation, and then again you give in. The question is, you may not agree with that regulation, because I would question what is wrong in offering an MTech, MCA in this Faculty of Sciences, right? What's wrong with that? So I would say, I will fight it out, and I would not give in. Somebody will say, yeah, it's very easy, why don't you follow that? Okay, and the matter ends there. The matter does not end there. There are again some more regulations will come, continuously regulations will come. So you and I would have to be only answering the regulations. You and I need to evolve our own regulation in addition to whatever there is. So you may agree, you may disagree.
Even converting does not solve the problem of the 2014-16 batch or the 2013-15 batch. Those who have already gone through under the Faculty of Science, their problem is still in the limbo. Only future can be handled. So there is still a problem of 3 batches still waiting.
Just one small point, sir. Again, I think when Professor Abhyankar spoke, he actually mentioned something. He said it is definitely the responsibility of him as the dean of the universities, whoever the authorities are, to actually go and convince the people who are the employers. And I believe in this particular case, it is the government itself. So it is the GPSC through whom you have to talk to, and possibly you can take forward the discussion. Thank you.
I think it's a very, very good point, that there is a responsibility on behalf of the faculty to convince the potential employer and market the product. I think it's very important to do that. So on that very, very happy note, or a positive note, let me thank Bala, Vinayak, Anil, Reddy, and Pandurang, and of course our host Venkatesh, and all of you for participating actively in this last session of the day. But I'll hand over to Venkatesh for the real last word, and I say word.
I think I would like to thank all of you, particularly for coming here. I mean, it's the first time that we are organizing something like this, and this was primarily to reflect back on our own program, right? We got our program reviewed, by the way, after the end of the 2 years when the first batch graduated. We got the program reviewed by a professor from IIT Bombay, a professor from IIIT Bangalore, and a professor from BITS Pilani Goa campus, right? So not that we want to put up something in the market without reflecting back and trying to see, and they have come up with certain suggestions how we can improve the program further, right? On that note, I think I would like to conclude and pass on the mic to my colleague Ramra Wagh, I mean, for the last session, and he will conclude with a word of thanks that we could finish it in the morning during the inaugural session because of lack of time, right?
As Dr. Kamath said, this vote of thanks was supposed to be in the morning, so I had begun with good morning, so now I have to cancel that. So all the dignitaries, it is my honor to present vote of thanks for the whole day's proceedings now. And first and foremost, I would like to offer our gratitude to our former Vice Chancellor, Professor B.S. Sonde, for his august presence. I think all of us has to give a standing ovation to Professor Sonde, because from not only for the whole day today, since yesterday he has arrived, he has been deliberating with us and discussing various options. His presence for the whole day today has actually added a lot of power, lot of respect to the sessions. Thank you, sir. Another stalwart, and again, who headed so many sessions and panels today, Professor Kudchadkar. He is also not new to us, and he has been here for the full day, and I think we have to learn from both of them how to participate, how to present your views, and we thank you, sir. It will be a crime if I forget to mention Mrs. Kudchadkar, who is here throughout the day. Thank you, madam. She is also equally academic or a person with lot of academic caliber, but she has, in fact, she chose to be silent most of the time, but I think on some other occasions she will also contribute to the discussions. Our other dignitaries who are present for the inaugural session, Shri Vivek Kamath, Director of Technical Education, I thank him. Mr. Chandrasekhar Sahasrabudhe, who was here since yesterday and who was present for the morning session and who had to leave early. He has been a source of inspiration for us and is one of the guiding force, and he arranged a lot of speakers and a lot of other logistics. We thank him. Mr. Or Professor Aditya Abhankar, I think, who made a lasting impression over here. In fact, on behalf of ACM, he also delivered a lecture yesterday at PCC College, and today one of the most talking point was his speech. So I thank Professor Abhankar. Our registrar, Professor VP Kamath, Vijendra Kamath, took personal interest in organizing this seminar, and in fact he saw to it that all the things are arranged. We also thank him for his presence in the inaugural function. I think we had over 18 speakers, so I won't be taking names of all the speakers and panelists, but we thank all the speakers. I'll be failing in my duty if I don't mention the role played by one individual in organizing this seminar, although he may not like it. But on behalf of all of us, I thank Professor V.V. Kamath, our HOD and coordinator of this seminar, for conceiving, planning and executing this seminar with perfection. I'm really fortunate to work and watch and learn from him the nuances of planning such events, and his energy and enthusiasm surpasses all of us. I also thank Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, chairman of AICTE. Also, he could not make it in the last moment and he could not even join us for the Skype session, but I think his interest was evident, and I think we will need his guidance further. I thank all the principals who came here and contributed in the day's proceedings, all the other invited speakers, faculty members who attended this seminar, all the other invitees, member of press, university administration staff, ACM Goa chapter, and especially Ms. Maria D'Souza, who is the chair of ACM Goa, top management of Persistent, Dr. Pandurang Kamath is also here, and they have provided a lot of logistical and technical support as well as for his presence. The staff from DATI, all the other wings of the university who helped us in making this event success. As you know, the event was also streamed live, but that was not the only contribution of a student in today's proceedings. But whole event was planned with their help, and they have taken a lot of pains, and I think they also deserve a loud applause for organizing this event. A big thank you to you all. I may have missed some people, so please forgive me. And I'm sure the day's proceedings have actually enlightened us and will come up with some actionable recommendations. In the morning, we had a lot of discussion about egos and a lot of other issues. So now I would only say that just remove that E from ego and we have go. And I think we have to go ahead with some positive thinking on this aspect. I thank all of you for being here. Once again, thank you. Yeah, Rumana. Yeah. Sorry, I was